The way to navigate in this course, this is a student preview. And here you have your progress. So whenever you complete something, it tracks your progress. You have 4 different sections. If you click on the arrow, you can see the sections. Each section that has a resource, if you need to download something, where it says the resource button, if you click on it, and you can choose to download the resource from here. Another thing to note is when you play the video, I'm just gonna close the sound. If you play the video, you have the option of if you want to go slower, you can choose 0.75 or 0.5. If you want it to go faster, you can choose 1.25 up to 2x speed. I'm gonna pause for a second. If you need caption to be turned on, you can click right here and choose English right here. If you don't want the caption to be turned on, you can simply choose off. Also, if you want the transcript, you can click this button right here, transcript, and if I turn on the video, you can see that it highlights this section that it's covering. Goes to the next section. Perfect. So I'm going to close this out. If I don't want this item to show up anymore, I can close it, but if I want it back, I can just click on it again. I'm going to pause the video for a second. Okay. Another thing, if you go under notes, you can actually make notes for yourself. If you're watching through the video and you want to create notes, you can do that in here. And you can see that it create note at 0.41, which is where the video is. Also, if you have any questions under Q&A, if there are questions from previous students, you can read them in here. If you have a question for me, you can just go to Ask New Question and you can ask me right there, and I'll try and answer as soon as I can. In this video, we'll be covering how to download AutoCAD. But before you download AutoCAD, you want to make sure you have the correct specification in your laptop or desktop. And to check for that, you can simply go to just open a Google tab and just type in AutoCAD 2025 system requirement. And there's a suggestion there. And just go to the first link. I will include the direct link to this as well. So in that case, so this is like minimum requirement. I'm just gonna zoom in. So you need an operating system of 64-bit, Microsoft, etc. Processor, basic, recommended, that's the one. Memory, 8 gig, recommended 32 gig, and so on. So if you have a laptop or a desktop, just check before you download it, because otherwise your AutoCAD will not work properly. If you do not have one and you want to purchase one, just make sure you take this list to the person that you're going to be purchasing from, and that way you know that AutoCAD will function properly. So now that you've made sure that you have the minimum specifications to download AutoCAD, so AutoCAD, you would need to purchase it to download it, but there are 2 options that you can install it for free. One, you can do, and I will include all of these links as well. You can do just a 15-day trial, just to see if if AutoCAD is what you want to work with, and if it serves the purpose that you need. So you can just go to download free trial, just put your email address, and just go through the process. The second way is if you are a student, and if you can verify that you are a student, you can simply, I'm just gonna zoom out, so you can go, so again I will include the link in here, Autodesk for Students. So you can go to get product. You can choose the one you need to, but of course before you do that, you need to sign up as either a student, educator, or IT administrator. So if you are a student, you just need to put in your information, your email from your school, date of birth, so on. And sometimes what they do is they ask you for verification, and you would need to upload that verification. The verification is usually either a student ID, schedule, something along these lines that can verify that you are a student, and it usually takes, you know, less than a few days, like less than a week, to verify. And when you do get that verification, you have 1 year full access as a student. And if you continue to be a student, you just need to re-verify every year that you are a student, and you get the free license for the year. So that's how you download AutoCAD. In this video, we'll go through how to open an existing drawing or a new drawing and how to save it. So when you open AutoCAD, you can see in here there's an open and new. So if we click on open, click on it again. Just gonna move the window to this. I have two screens. So I have an existing drawing. If I simply just double click on it, I can open this drawing. And if I want to save this drawing, I can go right here and just go to save. Or I can simply click on this icon right here, or I can do I can use my keyboard and press Control S at the same time. And you can see in here, I can see the command save. So that's opening an existing drawing. And if you want to close it, you simply just click right here, and that closes the drawing. Now, if you want to open a brand new template, like an empty drawing, you go to new, and by default usually there are some templates in here, but let's browse the whole selection. So select browse template. So this is an existing template that I typically use, so it kind of shows up, but let's go to browse template so you can see the selection that you have. So these are the templates that are pre-made by AutoCAD, and each one has a certain use depending on what you're trying to achieve. But in our class for Udemy, we will be using this one right here. And you can see in here it's a drawing template, and just go to open. So that opens up a brand new drawing based off of the template that I've chosen. And you can see it's called drawing 2, so that means it's not saved yet. Typically when you open a new template, it's called drawing 1, drawing 2, drawing 3, and so on. So now let's save this one. You can go right here on the top left, and you can choose save or save as. It will prompt you to save it somewhere. You should do save as. And now I have it again navigated to the existing folder that I have, but you can choose any folder of your like, and you can call it, you know, new drawing, like you can call it something. So new drawing, depending on the name that you want to assign it to, and then click on save, and it's saved over there. And you can see in here that it changed the name. And when you're no longer need it open, you can just go to X, and that closes the drawing. Now in this video, let's learn some basic navigation within AutoCAD. So I just opened up this is just a new template, and you have the crosshair, so that's your cursor. It moves just like whenever you move your mouse, you know, to the right, it moves along. You move it to the left, it moves to the left as well, depending on how you move your mouse. We have this right here, the top, we call that ribbon. It has many different features, from draw, modify, annotation, layers, and we'll go through many of them throughout the course. But basically this whole entire thing, it's called ribbon. We have this, we call this view cube. So we have the north, south, east, west, that's our directions. And where it says drawing 3, that's called the drawing tab. and where you have your X and Y, that's called origin icon. And where you have where it says type command, that's called a command line. And then this right here, where you have different features, that's called navigation bar. And you have this right here, that's called a status bar. It's really good to know these names in case any of them gets hidden or doesn't show up. You can simply do a Google search and say how to unhide ribbon. In many cases, sometimes accidentally students press a button on the keyboard and it hides the ribbon, and then you can't really navigate certain features. So you can simply do a quick Google search saying, again, how to unhide ribbon, or how to show drawing tab. So you need to know what these terminologies are in case if anything's not showing up or not working, you can troubleshoot that way. In this video, I'm going to be covering some basic tools and commands in AutoCAD. I'm not going to try every single one of them, but throughout some of the exercises later in the course, we'll be going more in depth about these tools. But right now, I just want to give you an overview of these tools. So first thing is that you have your ribbon, as I mentioned before, and the ribbon has all the tools that you need. But just to keep in mind, you have two options of using any tool. You do have the ribbon, which you can see that it has the names of the tools that you want to use. But also, all of these tools, you can type the command in the command line to activate these tools. Later on, there are some commands that you'll be using a lot more, and it might be easier for you just to type the command instead of navigating to it, but that's a preference thing. Later, like for me, there are some commands that I like to type instead of navigating in the ribbon, but some I like to navigate in the ribbon. Again, later on when you become more familiar with AutoCAD, you can use either or. It makes no difference whether you use the ribbon or the command line. It's just a pure preference, but for now I want to cover the ribbon. So in here you can see there are different options. So under home, everything that's related to home will be shown in here. If I go to insert, it will change the options for me, so everything that's related to insert will be showing up. If I go to annotate, same thing, everything that's related to annotate will show up, and so on. So each one of them, depending on what you're trying to see, you would click on the correct one. So let's go back to home because that's the main one that we're going to be covering. So under home there are different panels, and when I say panel, means you can see here it says draw. When I hover over, meaning if I move my mouse over to draw, you can see this limit right here. That's everything that's related to draw. So anytime I want to draw something in AutoCAD, this is where this is what I need to go to. So if I need to draw a line, polyline, circle, arc, you can see in here it doesn't show the name, but again, if you move your mouse over and hover over, again, hover over meaning you move your mouse and you just wait for a second, don't move, and it shows up. It says rectangle, and it actually gives you a bit of a description of what a rectangle is, and it even gives you a bit of a picture. Also, whenever you see a drop down arrow, that means there's multiple options to this, even when it comes to arc, even when it comes to circle. So if I go to rectangle, for instance, if I click on it, so the same button has two features in it. Has the rectangle and the polygon. So if I want to draw a polygon, I have to click on the drop down menu and I have to choose that one, and that I can draw a polygon. right now I activated polygon. And how do I know it's activated? Because I can see in here it says polygon. So I'm just gonna hit escape my keyboard so I can cancel this. So same thing with the arc. If I drop down menu for the arc, I can see there are different options of the arc depending on what kind of arc I want to draw. So that's everything has related to draw. If I want to go over to modify, so everything that's related to modify, move, rotate, trim. So again, if I see this arrow right here, that means this button has multiple functions. So if I drop down the menu, I can see there's trim and there's extend. So depending on what I want to do. Again, later on we'll be covering in terms of how each one sort of works. Some I'll be covering in section 2, other ones I'll be covering throughout the exercise. Okay, so under annotation, again, this is everything that's related to annotation. Actually, I shouldn't say everything because annotation in here under home, it's a quick one. So if you want to just go for text, dimension, you know, if you want to dimension something under linear, we'll cover more in terms of differences between linear and other ones as well. So if you click here on the drop down menu, you can see there's different types of dimension depending on what you're trying to dimension. If you're trying to dimension, you know, a line and a linear, then you choose this one. If you're trying to see the line and they're aligned, again, we'll cover this a bit more later, but also if you're ever in doubt or something is not covered here and you want to use it, you can always again just hover over and just wait, and it tells you what it is. It gives you a bit of a description and a picture to it, and also you can see that where it says dim align, so that gives you the typed command. If you don't want to select it from here, it gives you what the command is. So you can, if you type this command in the command line, it will give you the same function. So this is a quick annotation. However, if you need a full annotate, you can go to the annotate tab and it gives you a full annotation of what you want to annotate in here. So let me go back to home. Layers in here, same thing. You can drop down the menu. There's just one layer created right now. So there's, let me just go back again. So there's just one layer created right now, but later we'll learn how to create more layers, and so on. So again, this is just to give you an idea of where are the basic tools in AutoCAD. In section 2, we'll be covering a little bit more how to draw, how to modify, and then again in the exercise we'll go more of how to utilize these tools. In this video, we're going to be covering zoom and pan in AutoCAD. There are two ways of doing this. One is using your mouse and the other is using your keyboard. We'll start with the mouse. So you can see in here, if I you can see there's a plus sign, and that's called a crosshair, and it moves as I move my mouse. So if I move to the right, it moves to the right. If I move to the left, it moves to the left, and so on. To be able to zoom in your mouse, there's a mouse wheel usually in the middle. By default, if you scroll it away from you, that zooms in to the drawing, and if you scroll it towards you, that zooms out. You can also change that in the setting, but we can cover that later. But by default, usually it's scrolling away from you again. It's zooming in, and scrolling towards you, it's zooming out. So let's say you zoom in this much and you're happy with the scale. Now you want to be able to pan. So pan is basically being able to move around the drawing within the same scale. So you need to press and hold the mouse wheel, and the way you know that pan is active, you can see the crosshair. Like I just let go of the press and hold, but if I press and hold my mouse, you can see the crosshair changes the icon to hand. So that means I'm in the pan mode, and then I can just move my mouse over and I can pan around the drawing. So that's using your mouse. Now using your keyboard, so this is your command bar, and I'm gonna type zoom. So when you type zoom, you can simply press enter, but you can also see that there are multiple different options, so just be careful you're not choosing the wrong command. You can click on using your mouse to the word zoom, but also if you're a little bit away from the typing, you can just simply press enter on your keyboard, and that activates the zoom. How do I know it's activated? Two ways. One, you can see the command bar has zoom written on it, so that means zoom is active. The second way is I can see my cursor on the top right. There's a magnifying glasses, so that's an indication that zoom is active. Now I'm going to do a selection. So for example, if I want to zoom into this word right here, so I'm just going to move my cursor over right here, left click on my mouse, so that activates the selection process. And if I want this size of rectangle, if I'm happy with it, I'm gonna left click again using my mouse, and that zooms in to this area right here. So that's one way. Sorry, that's the second way. Now with pan, you can do the same thing using your keyboard as well. You can type the command pan, and you can see the same thing. You can just press enter on your keyboard, or you can use your mouse to click on it. But I'm gonna press enter. And again, an indication that it is active, that you can see in the command bar that it says pan. And you can see also my crosshair is changed to a hand icon, so that means my pen is active. And I can simply use my mouse to sort of move around the drawing within that same scale. When you use your keyboard to activate pen, it stays active unless you cancel the command. So to cancel the command, on your top left on your keyboard, there's an escape button, which is usually labeled as ESC. So you can click on that and it's cancelled. How do I know it's cancelled? My cursor is back to crosshair, and I can see there's nothing written in the command, so it just says type a command. So that's one way of cancelling it. I'll just do it again very quickly. I'm going to type the word pan. You can also simply right click using your mouse and then exit as well. In AutoCAD, there's always more than one way to do it, but these are two ways to cancel the command. Before I start any exercises in this chapter, I'd like to introduce three methods of input in AutoCAD, and we'll do practical exercise in the next video. But first, let's understand them. So for example, we have the same rectangle in all three examples, but we will learn how to draw this using absolute coordinates. And the second one, we'll learn how to do relative, and then the third one, polar coordinates. Whichever one you use will give you the same result, but sometimes depending on the information you have, you might want to use one or the other. So for absolute coordinates, if you were to draw this in AutoCAD, you would start from 4, 5, so that means the x is 4 and the y is 5. And you would go to the next one, it's 7, 5, and then third one, 7, 9, and then fourth one, 4, 9. Of course, you're adding, like for example, in here, you have the x, so you have the 4 right here, plus 3, so that's 7. The 5 stays the same. And here, the x stays the same, but you add 4 to the y, and so on. So that's absolute. For relative, again, it's the same exact thing, but you have a starting point 4, 5, which you will start your line command or polyline in 4, 5. And then instead of actually using absolute coordinates, so absolute means it's exactly 4, 5, it's exactly 7, 5. So there's a command in AutoCAD that's called ID, so you can ID the coordinate. So if I were to ID a coordinate here, it would be exactly 7, 5. But in this case in here, you would be given like the coordinate 4, 5, and you'd be given the dimensions. And you need to use relative. So what relative means is you start from here, and instead of having absolute coordinates, you're going to say at 3, 0. So 3 is the distance in here, and then 0 stays the same because you're starting like from this point to this point. So that's this value here is relative to the previous one. And then if you go to the third point, it would be at 0, 4. 4 is because it's the y. So the 4 changes because your y is 4. In here, it's only the 3, the x that changes, which is 3. But because you're going from right to left, it would be negative. And then to go back to the first one, it would be 0, -4. Again, the y only changes because you're drawing a vertical line. So that's relative coordinates. Now let's go to the third one, polar coordinates. So you will start from the same thing, 4, 5, but you're using angles. So the way it is, it's at 3, so the distance of x, angle 0. If you go right here, it's going to be at 4, the distance of y, but the angle is 90. And the same thing in here would be at 3, angle 180. So the way AutoCAD works, if you're going from here to here, it's 0, but if you're going from right to left, it's going to be 180. Then to go back in here, it would be 270. So again, all of these 3 will give you the same exact results, sometimes depending on what you're drawing, what information you're given. It's always good to know how to draw each one of them using like either absolute, relative, or polar. Okay, so in this video we're going to be drawing the rectangle using absolute coordinates. So I have my screen split in half. One is the PDF that has the rectangles drawn, and the other one is AutoCAD. So we're going to start a brand new template. So as we've learned before, under new, you can drop down the menu. I've been using this template before, so that's why it shows up first. But if you have not, you can just go to Browse Template, and this window comes up, and choose this one right here and open. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna zoom into here. Okay, so I'm gonna type L, enter to activate the line command, and again it shows that it's active because it says it right here in the command line. And I'm gonna type 4, 5 as my first, so I'm starting from here and I'm going my way around. So I'm gonna type 4, 5 and then enter on my keyboard. So that starts the first line. Even though you can't see it right now, that's fine, just keep going. The second point would be 7, 5. So I'm gonna type 7, 5, enter. Third point is 7, 9. So I'm gonna type 7, 9. And then enter. Fourth point is 7, 9. 4, 9. 4, 9. Again, always verify that you are typing the correct number. I mean, I accidentally sometimes press the wrong number, which I just did right now. So always verify, and you can also see here it gives you a history in terms of what you've just entered. So earlier I just entered 7, 9, which says in here 7, 9. And enter. So we've drawn 1, 2, 3, and we have to go back to close the rectangle. So we're gonna enter the same coordinate as the first one, so 4, 5, and then enter. And then escape on your keyboard. So earlier in this course we've learned zoom. So I'm gonna type Z, enter to activate the zoom command. But I did not cover in terms of there are different options of zooming in. So in this case we want to choose zoom extent. If you select extent, it zooms into the object. So what zoom extent is that if, when you open a template, it's a huge model space. When you draw something and choose zoom extent, it zooms into the object you've just drawn. So if I zoom out, I'm just using my mouse wheel to zoom out, And if I type in Z, enter for zoom, and I choose extend, again, it zooms into the object. So that's my rectangle using absolute coordinate. If I want to verify this is correct, you can do that by using a command called ID. But I have to cover object snap a little bit first before I explain how to do ID. I'll have a whole video about object snap, but I'll cover it quickly just to get the point across to how to identify the coordinates. Okay, let me just expand my AutoCAD. So in AutoCAD, there's something called Object Snap, which is this button right here, and it says Object Snap. And it's active because it's highlighted in blue. You can see there's an arrow in here, and if I choose Object Snap Setting, this window comes up. In any geometrical shape, there's different object snaps that you can snap to. Like imagine if you were to do this manually and you want to figure out midpoint of this line. In AutoCAD, it makes things easier. You can just turn on midpoint and hover over, and the midpoint shows up. So each one of these object snap has a shape. So endpoint is a square, midpoint is a triangle, center is like a circle, and so on. And when it's checkmarked, that means it's active. So if you hover over the rectangle, it will show up the endpoint will show up. Midpoint will show up if you hover over to the midpoint. If you want to clear them all, you can just choose clear them all. If you want specific ones, you can checkmark them all. Later on, when you become more comfortable in AutoCAD, and depending, you would know what you want to appear, or like what you want to show up or not show up. You can choose whichever ones you want. But for right now, I'm gonna select them all, and whenever something is getting it's getting on my way, I can just turn it off. So I'm gonna select them all and click OK. So that's from the menu. But alternatively, if you just go to the arrow here, whenever you see check mark, that means it's active. If you want to turn it off, you don't want the object snap to show up, you can just click on it and it removes the check mark. That means it's not going to show up. So with that being said, there's a command in AutoCAD that's called ID. So ID, enter. I'm going to hover over the rectangle to here. If I wait just a few seconds, it's going to show endpoint. So if I left mouse click, and then right here, it says X is 4 and Y is 5. So I'm going to verify with my example. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm going to split my screen again. Okay, so I just ID'd this point right here, which is this point right here, and I can see it's 4, 5. So this gives me a verification is what I drew is correct. Let's do another verification. Let's choose this point right here. So I'm going to type ID, enter. I'm going to hover over, endpoint, and then left click on my mouse. And again, it tells me what I just ID'd, what it is. So 7, 9. So yes, it is 7, 9. So the X is 7 and the Y is 9. We're not working with Z right now, so we'll leave Z alone. Another thing is, if this in your command line for any reason it shows up and it disappears and you couldn't read it, in your keyboard you can press F2. That gives you history in terms of what command you were using. So you can see that when the last point I ID'd is 7, 9, the one before was 4, 5, and so on. I'm going to exit this out. So that's how you draw using absolute coordinates. I'll stop here and then I'll draw it again in the next video using relative coordinates. In this video, we're going to be drawing the same rectangle but using relative coordinates. So I'm going to zoom into relative right here. Perfect. This was the rectangle I drew in an earlier video using absolute, so I'm going to select it and delete it. We haven't covered selection yet, but I'll quickly cover it and I'll go more in detail in a later video. But basically, if you bring your cursor over to here on the top left, left click on your mouse, the that activates the selection, and you can see there's a blue box. So I'm going to select the whole thing. When I say select the whole thing, meaning I'm going to create one big window, and then when everything is highlighted, I'm just going to left click on my mouse. So that means everything is selected because I can see it's highlighted in blue. And there's multiple ways of deleting it. The easiest one is just just pressing delete on your keyboard. So I'm going to do that. And you can see here it says erase. I'm going to undo that so I can show you different ways. So Control Z. I'm going to do the selection again. I can right click, I can choose erase, and that erases the object. I'm going to do Control Z again. I can select this whole entire thing, and I can type the word erase and then enter on my keyboard. So there's many different ways of deleting objects. So now let's draw this using relative coordinates. I'm going to type in L, enter to activate the line command. So my starting point is 4, 5, and then enter on my keyboard. So that's my starting point. Now, again, the difference is between absolute and relative. Relative is relative to the last point. So I'm going to go at 3, 0. Enter. So that draws the first line. And you can see in here it's only X that changes, the Y stays at 0. But if I'm drawing a vertical line, the Y changes, the X goes to 0 because it's relative to the last one. So I'm going to go at 0, 4 and then enter. So that draws my second line, and then at -3, 0, enter. The reason why it's -3 because you're going from right to left, so that direction is negative, but when we were drawing in this direction, it's positive. And last but not least, you can go at 0, -4 and then enter. And when you're done, you can press enter on your keyboard, or you can press escape. Either or works. Now let's do a verification similar to before. Let's just verify this point. I'm going to type ID. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to select the endpoint, and I can see it's 4, 5. So this is correct. What you can also do, because these are not the coordinates, this is what's relative. The actual coordinates will be like 7, 5. But what you can do to verify it is correct, so we verified this point. You can select the line, right click, and go to properties. And in the properties, you can see there's a length, and that's 3 for this line. So this matches this number right here, so this is correct. I'm going to hit escape so I can cancel the selection. I'm going to select this line because you can only select one object at a time for the properties to show up. I can look at the length and I can see it's 4. So this is correct as well. Perfect. And you can keep going with the rest of them. So I'll stop the video here, and then in the next video I'll draw again the same rectangle using polar coordinates. Okay, now let's draw this rectangle again, but using polar coordinates, which is going to be our last one. So you should have your drawing open from previous video. First thing we need to do is to delete the rectangle we've drawn using the relative. So I'm going to move over my cursor to the top left, left click, make a selection, highlight everything, and then delete on my keyboard. So that erases the last rectangle. And I'm going to type in L, enter to activate the line command. And my starting point is 4, 5. So I'm going to type 4, 5. And then enter. So the way the polar coordinate works, it's going to be at 3, which is the distance, the angle 0. So you need to put the angle sign. So I'm going to do at 3, angle sign 0. And again, you can see what I'm typing in here, and then enter on my keyboard. So that draws my first line. And then I'm going to go up. I'm going to go at, again, 4 is the distance, and then 90 is the angle. So at 4, angle sign 90, and then enter. The next one is, you can see in AutoCAD, when you are drawing from left to right, the angle is 0. But when you're drawing from right to left, the angle is 180. So I'm going to go at 3, angle 180, and then enter. And then the last one, again, similar to this, if you're going from here to here, it's going to be 90, but if you're going the opposite way, it's going to be 270. So it's going to be at for the angle sign, and then 270, and then enter. And then again, either press enter again to escape the command, or just escape on your keyboard. Either or cancels the command. So that's how we draw the rectangle using polar coordinates. Just to verify, we can type in ID, enter, and then hover over here for object snap, endpoint, select it. So this is 4 or 5, which is perfect. So that verifies that it is the correct starting point. And again, you can do the same thing. You can select the line, right click, go to properties, and you can see the distance in here, and you can do for each one of them. But again, just as a reminder, you have to hit escape. You need to select one line at a time to be able to view the properties. This is a bonus. I'm just going to show another way of measuring distance. I'll cover more measuring distance later, but you can go under Home, under Utility. Oops, there's a measure. And in our case, we're just doing a quick measure. So if you hover over here, you can see that this is 3. You can see the other one's 4 here. So when you hover over, it kind of tells you what the distance is. So that's just another quick way of measuring distances. So I'm going to hit escape, and I'll end it here. In this video, I'm going to be covering some basic drawing commands. You can use the template you were using in the previous video, or you can just start a brand new template. I'm going to start a brand new template here. So I'm going to go to New, and then choose Browse Template, and choose this one, and go to Open. Okay, perfect. So we've learned that we have the ribbon, and there are different panels. So for this video, we're going to be focusing on the Draw panel. Let's start off with drawing a rectangle. So under rectangle, you can see there is an arrow, and we've learned that when there is an arrow, that means this particular feature has multiple options. So if I click on it, you can see there's a polygon. But I am interested in rectangle, so I'm going to choose rectangle. So that activates the rectangle, and I can see that it's activated. Now I'm going to click anywhere in model space. And when I do that, I can draw my rectangle. You can just click anywhere else, like depending on which size you need. However, if you want specific dimensions, you can see in here there's area, dimension, rotation. So choose dimension, and let's say I want it to be 25 for the length, and it says specify length. That's how I know it's the length. And then press enter on your keyboard. And let's say the width, I want it to be 40, and then press enter. So in here, that is the length is 25 and the width is 40. That doesn't draw the rectangle, it just gets it started for me, but I need to click somewhere in model space to confirm that I do want it to be placed. So if I move my cursor, I can see which direction I want to place it, like a preview. So if I want to place it right here, I'm just going to click on my model space, and that places it right there. And again, the way I know it's placed, because I can see it's permanently there, but I can also see that there's nothing in the command line, so there's nothing in there. If you would like to double check the sizes, under measure, go to quick, and just hover over, you can see that 25 and 40, which confirms the dimension. So that's for rectangle. Now let's draw a circle. So again, there's a drop down, and you can see there's many different options depending on, again, what information you have. So let's do center radius. So I'm going to go over here, So if you, again, that activates the circle, I'm just going to click somewhere in the model space. So that's going to be my center. And then I can, like if I move my cursor, it kind of changes the size. But if I want a specific size, I can read right here in the command line. It says specify radius. But if I don't want to do the radius, I want to do diameter, I can click on diameter and I can specify diameter. But for now, I'm going to go with the radius. So the radius, I want it to be 25. And I press enter. And that places my circle right there. And again, if you go to measure, quick. For this one, because it's radius, it's you're gonna have to choose radius, and just hover over. Not hover over. So go to measure, and go to radius, and select the radius. Select the circle, and then in here it says radius 25, and then diameter is 50. So that confirms my value. Hit escape on your keyboard, select the circle again, right click, properties. You can also verify from here that the radius is 25. The nice thing about the properties is that if, let's say, you change your mind, you want a different radius, you can just simply click on the radius and type in 20, enter, and that changes it for you without changing the center point. So that's your circle. Now let's go with the line. So again, select it, that activates the command. I know it's activated because it's in the command line, it says line specify point. I'm just gonna click anywhere to get it started. And then I can specify, I can either just like randomly just move my cursor and then click and that gets the line there. Or I can specify the distance. However, if you specify the distance, there is another way you can do the angle, but we'll learn that later. But I want to show you how you can draw a straight line. In AutoCAD, there's something called ortho mode. The shortcut for it is F8. It's not turned on right now, but I'm going to turn it on. So I'm going to select it. So now it's turned on, which means it's activated. So you can see that forces my line to draw perfectly straight. So, when you're manually trying to draw a line and you want it to be perfectly straight, that's just an easy tool that you can just click on it and it makes sure your line is drawn perfectly straight. So let's say I want to go to the direction of right, and I want to specify distance of like, let's say 150. So I type 150, enter. So this line, I'm just going to hit escape for 1 second. This line right here is going to be 150. Again, if I select it, I still have my property window open, and I can see the length is 150, which is perfect. You can also go in any direction, but again, it's going to be a straight line. If you don't want, if you no longer want the straight line, you can just turn off the ortho. You can also turn on and off ortho while you're using the command. So I'm going to do this with the polyline. I'm going to select the polyline, and I'm going to select right here, and I'm going to turn on ortho. So if I move again to the right, and if I want it to be, let's say 100 now, enter. And if I want, even if I want to, like the polyline stays the same. If I want to go like another 50, enter. You can see that's still straight, but let's say I want to draw another line, but I don't want it straight. So if I turn this off, you can see that it's no longer ortho mode. So I'm going to hit escape for a second. Actually, I'd like to just show one thing. I'm just going to erase the line for 1 second. And I'm going to redraw the line again under ortho. And I'm going to try to go with the same exact distances here so I can show you the difference between line and a polyline. So if I select once, and again, I'm just going to type 100. I know it was 150 before, but this one was 100, so I'm going to go with 100. So 100, enter, and I'm going to go up 50, enter. So in the previous videos, I've mentioned that there's a bit of a difference between line and a polyline. So if I select this one, again, I have my properties open. I can see that this is a line. And if I select in here, I can see it's a polyline. So one of the differences is that when I draw the line, you can see there are 2 separate segments. So if I select this, there are two lines. Even though it was in the same command that I drew my lines. But if I select my polyline, you can see it's all one segment, like everything gets highlighted. So if you want things to be connected, a polyline would be a better option. You can certainly use other commands. We will learn, like there's a join command that you can join the lines, but if you know 100% for sure you want your lines to be connected, polyline is a better option for you. Also, I'm going to select my polyline again. There's something called global width. So let's say I'm going to choose 5. You can see that gives a thickness of 5 for the polyline. Line does not have that option. So you can't do that. So this is like one of the differences. Again, there's more to it. Again, depends on what you're trying to do, but that's one of the differences between line and a polyline. In this video, we're going to be covering Object Snap. So I have this PDF. You can download it so we can follow these examples. If you have a drawing open from a previous video, you can use the same one. If not, we're just going to open a brand new template. So go to New. This is the one I've been using throughout the course, but if you don't have it by default, you can just go to Browse Template. And this window comes up. Just choose the right template and go to Open. And this opens up a brand new template. For now, we're not really covering units too much, but by default, whatever the template offers you, that's the unit measurement we're going to be using. Okay, so let's draw this 5 by 5. So we can go right here to under Home. We can drop down the menu to Rectangle. Left click anywhere in model space. It doesn't matter because we're not specifying the coordinates in here. And then when you click somewhere, it activates the rectangle. And then when we're gonna choose dimension. And for the length, we're gonna choose 5 and then enter on your keyboard, and then 5 again, and then enter on your keyboard. And I'm gonna zoom in using my mouse wheel. And I'm just gonna click anywhere so you can see I can preview depending on where I want to place it. Again, right now we don't have specifications. We're just trying to draw a rectangle or square 5 by 5. So just click anywhere and that places the square. So again, 5 by 5 because that's the example I'm following. Now let's, we are trying to draw this line work using Object Snap. I have covered very quickly what Object Snap is, but let me pull up, let me actually make my AutoCAD a little bit bigger. Perfect. Okay, so we have something in here that's called Object Snap. A shortcut for it is F3. You can't see my keyboard, but if on your keyboard, if you press F3, it turns it off. If you press F3 again, it turns it back on. And if you hover, so if I just move my cursor and I hover over it, meaning I move my mouse and I just wait for a second, it tells me what that is, which says Object Snap, OSnap, in brackets F3. So Object Snap is the same as OSnap, it's just a shortcut for it, like for abbreviation. And then in brackets, that's the actual keyboard shortcut for the command, or for the feature to be turned on and off. Okay, so now we know it's activated because it's highlighted in blue. There is an arrow in here. If you click on it, you can go to Object Snap Setting. Just give it a second, and that gives you the menu for all the object snaps that are available to you. So anything that's checkmarked, that means it will appear when you, like if you need an endpoint for an object, it will appear. Midpoint, it will appear. But if you don't want it to appear, you can just uncheck it and that won't show up for you. If you want to just clear them all, you can choose Clear All. If you want to select them all, you can select all. If you want specific ones, again, you can just click on it, it unchecks it. For now, I want all of them to be checkmarked, but later on, we can, uncheck and check as we need to, and click OK. You don't always need that menu to, you don't need to open that menu all the time. If you want to quickly turn on and off a certain object snap, you can just simply go to the arrow in here, and if you don't want endpoint to show up, you can just click on it and it unchecks it. I'm just going to click back on it because I do want it to be checked. So for example, in this first example, it says this is a midpoint. So you can draw a line or a polyline. I'm going to go with a polyline. And I'm going to hover over my square. So if I hover over here, that's an endpoint. If I hover over here, that's nearest. But it's asking me that this is going to be a midpoint. So midpoint object in here, but it's going to be midpoint all throughout. So if I hover over somewhere in the midpoint, let's say I'm not sure if this is my midpoint. Like I said, if you hover over and wait for a second, it tells you it's a midpoint and it has the shape of the midpoint. It typically takes a while by the time you learn all the shapes, but you know, the more you work on it, the more you will remember. But this is a midpoint, and I'm gonna click on it. I'm gonna hover over here, and that's another midpoint. Again, if you're not comfortable enough to, first of all, the triangle shows up, which is the shape of the midpoint, but if you're not comfortable, that you're not confident that it is the midpoint, just wait a second and the word comes out, like the word midpoint. So when it does, just click on it, left click on your mouse, and left click again, and the last one, just come back. You can go to endpoint, which is the same thing as, in this case, the same thing as midpoint. So it's the endpoint of this particular line. Alternatively, because this was a polyline and because I drew this all without escaping my keyboard, if you want to make sure that it fully closes, you can actually just choose close in here, and that actually just snaps it back to the initial point. So multiple different options to do that. So now it says in here, this is also a midpoint. So you can either draw a polyline again, midpoint to midpoint to midpoint, or you can simply draw another rectangle command and midpoint to midpoint. So let's do the rectangle one. Go right here, go to rectangle, and hover over until you see midpoint, and then left click, and then hover over here until you see midpoint again, and then left click, and that draws the rectangle for you. Okay, so if you wanted to check the measurements, just go to measure, let's go to quick, and again, there's many different ways of checking measurements, but for the purpose of what we're doing right now, we can just you can see in here that the 5 is showing up and the 5 is the other 5 is showing up, so we're good to go. If you want to check the angles as well, that is another way you can check, but for this exercise we're focusing more on the object snap, so that's what we will cover. Okay, before I move to the next exercise, part of this video, I also want to cover selection object. We've kind of briefly done this in the previous videos, but let me cover a little bit more in detail. So to select something, there's many different ways of doing this. One way to do this is if you simply just hover over the square and just simply left click on it, and that selects it. The way I know it's selected, it shows that it's highlighted, kind of like it shows, it's like a blue highlight kind of color. If I right click and go to properties, I can also see in here that it says it's a polyline, so that means something is selected. If I hit escape, I can see there's no selection. If I select this square, and then let's say it's second one as well, you can see in here it has it shows that there's 2 items that are selected. However, sometimes there are too many things that you need to select. So there's you can do like a window selection. So if you go to the top left and left click on your mouse and then do a selection, you can see it highlights it and it's a blue highlight. So with that, so let me just, I have to select the whole entire like everything, and then when everything's highlighted I can just left click on my mouse and that selects everything. I'm going to hit escape, so that's a blue selection. Let's do from right to left. So in here, I don't need to select the whole entire thing. So this, as long as it crosses, like if I select halfway through, and if I just click, that still highlights everything. So the difference, I'm going to do the blue highlight again. So I'm going to escape. So if I go from right here, so if I highlight in here, you can see if I, unless like the whole square is highlighted. So if I, like right now, it's the middle square that's highlighted in full. So that's the only selection is going to select. So if I click on it, you can see that's the only thing that got selected. So the whole entire thing needs to be covered for it to be selected. So that's from left to right. So again, I'll do this again. So from left to right, you can see, unless like I didn't highlight the whole thing, I only highlighted up to like to cover just the small square. So that's the only thing that got highlighted. Versus if I were to do the selection again, the whole entire thing, so now it highlights everything. Versus the green one, so if I select, if I left click on my mouse, and whether, just as long as it crosses it, so if I cross over the first one, second one, because remember, these are connected lines, right? When I say connected lines, means like this is all connected. So that's why it's highlighting. As long as it crosses over just an edge of it, it highlights the whole thing. So I'm going to do this again. So if I highlight this, you can see I highlight the first and the second object, but not the third. But if I just come over a little bit closer, you can see just as long as it crosses any edge of that small square, it's going to select it. And if I click, it selects the whole thing. So I don't have to have the whole object selected. So again, you can, if you just need to select one thing, you can just left click on your mouse. But sometimes there are way too many objects, and it's easier if you just do the selection either or. Like if you want to do where it crosses only some edge, or if specifically you just want to select one object. You will learn later on, like in terms of what would be best for you. Like in the case, maybe you just want to select this one item, and maybe there's a lot of other items that are in here, but you don't want to select these two. So you can simply just do that, and there you go, it selects just that one. Alternatively, if let's say you select the whole thing and you want to deselect only just one line, you can press and hold the Shift key and then click on the line you want to be deselected. So if I click on that, you can see only two objects are selected right now. So we'll cover this a little bit more in other exercises as well. But again, it depends on what you're trying to select. And depending on the objective that you're trying to achieve, there's not one is better than the other. It just depends on what you're wanting to achieve at the end of the selection. Okay, we'll continue with the object snap exercises. This is from the previous video. I'm just going to pan over model space, and I'm going to do the circle exercise. So we can see in here, the information that we're given is that we're using quadrant object snap, and the radius is 2.5. So let's go to circle. You can also type the command, but I'm going to choose the ribbon. You can click on the drop down. You have different information, but we only have the radius, so center radius would make sense to use in this case. So I'm going to click on center radius, and I can see it's activated because it says in here. I'm going to click anywhere in the model space because I don't have a specific point. But when it asks me specify the radius in here, I'm going to type 2.5 and then enter. And there's my circle. I'm going to select my circle, right click, go to properties. And you can see in here as a verification that the radius is 2.5. Now we're going to draw a line or a polyline from the quadrant. So you can just activate, I'm going to choose polyline, I'm going to activate it, and then if you hover over and just wait a second, it says it's a quadrant and it has the shape of a quadrant. There's one thing just before I draw the lines. I'm just going to escape for 1 second. I'm going to go right here into object snap setting. You can see in here when I mentioned in my earlier video that if you check mark it, that means it's active. If you uncheck it, that means it won't be active. Also, you can see that it has the shapes in here. So if you want to kind of maybe take a screenshot and just have it on a side, but honestly, the more you use it, the more you get used to it. But you can see quadrant is this right here. So that's the shape it will show up. And it also writes down the words for you when you hover over. So I'm going to hit cancel. I'm going to go to polyline, and I'm going to choose right here quadrant to quadrant, and then escape. And I'm going to choose polyline again, quadrant to quadrant, and escape. And there you go. That draws my second exercise. Okay, now let's draw the third exercise. So the third one, we're not given measurements. We are just going to draw a line. So I'm going to choose polyline. I'm going to choose polyline, just draw a random line, and then escape, because the line command always stays active, or polyline, both stay active unless you hit escape. And I'm going to choose polyline again. I'm going to click anywhere. I'm going to try to draw a line perpendicular, and you can see the perpendicular shows up. So I'm going to select it, and I know for sure that the angle in here is 90. If you if you want to verify, you can go to measure, and you can hover over. Actually, let me try to do. I'm not sure if quick. Sometimes yeah, there you go. You can see the 90-degree angle is showing up, or I should say symbol. It's showing up, so that means it is 90. You can also verify if you actually want to see the number, so you can choose angle and choose 1 and 2. You can see here it says 90 degrees. Okay, now let's draw the second polyline. So we're just going to draw, again, activate the polyline, click anywhere in the model space, and you can see that nearest shows up, but that's not perpendicular. And you can see if I just wait and it says nearest, so that's not perpendicular yet. You can see that this is perpendicular, and click on it and escape. There you go. Okay, before we move on to the next exercise to draw, let's practice a little bit of the selection that we learned in the previous video. So you can just use your mouse to select each line work, which by left clicking, just move over to the circle and select it, move over to the line and select it. However, in this case, it's simple. Sometimes you have a lot of line work in one area. So it might be better to do the window selection. So I'm going to hit escape. So the window selection we learned from left to right, it's the blue, but that means you cannot, not everything will get highlighted unless you highlight the whole entire line or object, etc. So if I highlight the whole thing, everything gets selected. The way you know it's selected, you can see that it shows it's like a little bit highlighted. And you can also see that there's 3 in here, which means there's 3 objects or 3 line work that are selected, which circle is one, this line is another one, and this other line is a third one. So I'm going to hit escape. And then we also learned there's the window selection, but crossing. It doesn't have to highlight the whole thing. It just has to cross it. So I'm gonna move over here to the top right. I'm gonna left click on my mouse, and that activates the green selection. And you can see if I just select part of the circle, it highlights it. If I select part of the line and part of the other line, and I'm gonna just click on my mouse, and it highlights all the three objects. So I'm gonna hit escape. I'm gonna move over to here. I'm gonna do the window selection here as well, so you can see in here again the blue. So in here you can see that as soon as I highlight the whole entire line, it highlights it, but it doesn't highlight the rest of them. So if I do if I make sure that everything is covered, and then I left click on my mouse, it highlights all of the line work. I'm gonna hit escape. Again, I'm gonna do a window selection for the green. So you can see I just part of it, as soon as I kind of just touch part of that, cross it, and part of this and part of that, and then left click on my mouse, and it highlights all the three. So that's a good way to practice. Again, the more you kind of get to work with AutoCAD, you'll appreciate certain techniques more than others. I'll move on in the next video, and I will start drawing this exercise. Okay, now let's continue with the next exercise. So for here, we can see we have a few information. We have two circles. One has a radius of 2.5. The other one has a radius of 1. We can see that these lines are drawn using tangent object snap. And we can see that this line right here is quadrant object snap. So let's, these are the previous exercises we've done in the video prior to this. So let's try to draw these circles. So you can click right here and go to center radius. We don't have a specific coordinate, so we can start from anywhere. I'm just gonna start here. Just gonna zoom in and click left click on my mouse. And when it asks me specify the radius, I'm going to put 2.5 and then enter. Now, the second circle is in the same center. So you're going to choose center radius, but you can't start from anywhere. You have to start from the center. So I can see in here, if I hover over and wait for a second, it says it's center. So that's going to be your starting point. And I'm going to give it a radius in here, a radius of 1, and then enter. So I know these two circles are starting from the same center point. Now let's try to draw this right here in the using quadrant object snap. So I'm going to choose polyline to activate it, and I can know to activate it because it says here polyline specify first point or start point. I'm going to move over here, and just I can see it's quadrant because it says it's quadrant. I'm going to select it by using left click on my mouse, left click again, left click, and then again I can either come back here. In this case, it could be endpoint or it could be quadrant, or I can simply just choose close because it was a polyline, and if you started without hitting escape, you can choose close at the end and it closes to the starting point. Now let's activate the polyline again and choose the endpoint in here. It could be endpoint or quadrant, but either or in this case, in this particular case, would be the same. So I'm going to choose that, and then I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to just wait until I see tangent. So I can see tangent. I'm just going to wait for a second here, and left click. So I know this, and I hit escape after. I know I started from endpoint, and I know for sure that this is tangent to here because when tangent object snap showed up, I selected it. Okay, so now let's choose polyline again, and let's choose it again, and then choose the endpoint. Then move over to the circles. You can see in here there's a nearest. Don't click. till you see the tangent, and there's the tangent. And left click on your mouse and escape. Alternatively, what you can do if you're like not sure if you hit nearest or tangent, what you can do is simply uncheck all of them, so that deactivates all of them. The only one you're interested in showing up for you is tangent and endpoint. So now if I activate polyline and I choose endpoint here, nothing will show up besides tangent because everything else is deactivated. So you can just left click on your mouse and then escape. And also a bit of a shortcut, you can actually in your keyboard you can press spacebar and it repeats the last command instead of choosing to click on polyline again. That's just a quick shortcut. So again, endpoint and tangent right here and escape. So that is this exercise right here. So we know if I wanted to verify quickly, if I right click, go to properties, I can see here the radius is 2.5. I'm going to hit escape. I can select here and I can see the radius is 1. Okay, so that's this exercise right here, and let's continue with the last exercise. Alright, so in here we are choosing, we have a circle of a radius of 2.5, and we have a polygon, 6 sides, a radius of 2.5, and we have a geometric center object snap, which we haven't used before, and we know that the circle goes to the midpoint of this one of these sides, and we know that this X is the endpoint object snap. Okay, so let's start first thing first. Let's start with the polygon. So we know under home, under the draw panel, if you drop down the menu in here, you can see there's a rectangle and a polygon. Let's choose a polygon and select anywhere in model space. And it asks you polygon, enter the number of sides. I'm going to say 6 and then enter. And I'm gonna just select anywhere in model space. And I'm going to choose the second option here. And you can see I can start placing my polygon. There's a couple things I need to do before I do that. I need to turn on my ortho because I want to make sure it's straight. And where it says specify radius, I'm going to choose 2.5 because that's the radius I'm given. And then enter. So that's the first thing I've drawn is my polygon. Now let's draw the circle. So in here, we're going to choose center radius because we have the radius. But we want to make sure that the center of the circle is in the center of this polygon. Let's turn on our object snap. You can turn them all on, but for now, I am only interested in geometric center because it says in here is geometric center. And I'm also interested in midpoint because that's the midpoint of the circle. So now you can choose, you can see as if I hover over, the geometric center shows up. If I hover over and wait for a second to verify that it is geometric center, and yes, it is. So I can select it. So you have two options in here. You have the radius, which is 2.5, and you also know it snaps to the midpoint. Let's actually snap it to the midpoint and verify if the radius is going to be 2.5. So I can select the midpoint here. Now I can select my circle, and I can verify the radius is 2.5, and yes, it's 2.5, so that's perfect. So you're given two information. You can use either or. So I hit escape just to, I always hit escape just to cancel, deactivate any commands that's happening, so I can start my next command. Now let's go to polyline and endpoint to endpoint, hit escape. Again, I'm going to hit spacebar to repeat the last command as a shortcut. And I know it's active because I'm paying attention to the command line. I'm going to choose endpoint to endpoint and then escape. And there you go. That's how we draw this particular exercise. Now let's practice a little bit of selection as well. Okay, so you can hover over here to the top left click on your mouse, and activate the selection. And just to try it, so you can see I'm only gonna highlight part of it, and I'm gonna just left click on my mouse, and you can see it only highlights or only selects what was fully covered. So I'm gonna hit escape. Now I'm gonna do this again, highlight the whole entire thing, and everything gets selected. And then hit escape again. Now let's do from right to left, which is the green window selection, which means it's a crossing selection. So if I activate it, and you can see just as soon as I kind of just get in touch with some of the line work, not the whole entire thing, and I left click on my mouse, everything gets highlighted. So I'm going to hit escape to deselect it. I'm going to try in here again as well. Left click on my mouse, highlight the whole entire thing, and everything gets highlighted. Escape. I'm going to activate my selection in here and just cross some of the line work and left click on my mouse, and everything gets highlighted. As long as I'm gonna hit escape, as long as this is continuous, like this line is all continuous, if I just select part of it, it will get selected in the green window selection. I'm gonna hit escape. There is one other way of selection. It's not my preference. However, you can just click once and then keep left clicking on your mouse, and you can do a selection like this. It is not my preference, however, it is an option for you if that's something you'd like. It works the same way. I'm gonna hit escape again. If you do from right to left, again, you have to press and hold the left key on your mouse, and you can see the green shows up, the green window selection. So it's the same thing, it's just not a perfect rectangle like this one. That's my preference, but either or works, whichever one you prefer. Okay, so in this video, I'm gonna be covering move and copy. If you have your drawing open from previous section, you can use it. If not, I will include it in the resource and you can download this copy. Okay, so let's make a selection for this this object right here. So I'm going to do a selection, and I'm going to choose move. So when you click on move, it activates the move command. You have a couple different options. You can use your object snap if you want to specifically move it from somewhere. If you don't have a preference to where you want to move it, you can just simply click anywhere in the model space and move it. However, what I want to do is I want to specifically move it from the endpoint in here. So I'm going to left click on my mouse, and I actually want to move it in a straight line. So what I can do is I can turn on my ortho, and I want to move it 30 points from the initial point that I clicked. So I can type in my keyboard 30 and then enter. So that has moved 30 points to the right. I can select it again, I can move, I can pick the same point and I can move it back 30 points. Again, what I just did right now, I used the move command, but I used it by using ortho, so I want it to move in a straight line. I'm going to select it again. If I just want to move it just randomly without ortho, without anything, I can just click anywhere in the model space and just move it anywhere I'd like. But in most cases, when you're using AutoCAD, accuracy is important. So you want to make sure you pick a point, an object snap, either endpoint, center, etc., depending on where you want to move it from and to. Now let's do copy. So in copy, this copy is different than the copy that you use in your keyboard Control-C. When you're using AutoCAD, I highly recommend using this copy because the other copy doesn't have a displacement point. So copy is similar to move, but it copies objects. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is you want to select the object. So again, you can choose any one of them. So I'm going to select, for this time, I'm going to choose this right here. I'm going to activate the copy by clicking on it. And you can see in the command line, it says displacement or mode. And when you see this displacement here, that's what's activated. So displacement means where do you want to copy it from. So I would like to copy it from the endpoint here. And again, you can see I can this means the copy is activated. Wherever I choose to want to place it, I can. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose ortho mode, which means it's a straight line. And I'm going to choose to copy it to the right by, let's say, 20 points. So 20, and then enter. The copy stays active unless you hit escape on your keyboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy it one more time, but remember the distance is going to be from the initial. So I'm going to go 40 and then enter. And then I'm going to hit escape on my keyboard. Just to kind of verify, I'm going to go under measure. I'm going to go to distance. So if you want to measure the distance, again, make sure you're selecting the endpoint and the endpoint here. And you can see the x is -20 because I was going from right to left, which is negative, but it is 20. I'm going to do the same thing in here. Distance from endpoint to endpoint, and it's 20 again. So again, you can definitely copy it. It doesn't have to be a straight line. I was just showing one example. You can definitely select, I'm going to hit escape to deactivate the measure command. I'm going to select this thing, this object, and I'm going to go to copy. I want to copy it right here from the midpoint to, let's say, I'd like to copy it right at the endpoint in here. I'm going to turn off ortho. I'm going to copy it right here to the endpoint. I can do that if I'd like. So depending on where you want to copy it from and to. And that covers move and copy. In this video, I'm going to be covering rotate and align. You'll be provided this drawing, so I'm going to zoom out. You can download it from resources. I'm going to be working in this area right here. So I'm going to zoom in. So the area 6079 and 6090. I just wanted to work with this drawing because it's an existing drawing. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to use rotate command. I'm going to erase these two objects and I'm going to copy this over here and rotate them. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to erase these. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to copy from click anywhere, doesn't matter. I'm going to turn off my ortho because it's turned on, and I'm going to place them in here for now. I'm going to hit escape. What I want to do is I want to rotate this to the same alignment as this line. To do that, there's many different ways, and I'll show you. I'll use rotate and then I'll use align for the same object. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on rotate, and then it's asking me in the command line specify base point. So I'm going to click anywhere. Make sure you have object snaps turned on. I'm going to click anywhere just nearest, as long as it's along the line. So endpoint, nearest, doesn't matter. And I'm going to choose reference, and then I'm going to choose for reference angle, I'm going to choose endpoint to endpoint. So this is where I want to rotate it. And then I'm going to choose points, and then I'm gonna choose nearest to nearest along this line. And you can see my object here has rotated to align like the same rotation as this green line right here. Okay, now for rotate, I've just shown you one way that you can rotate, but if you have a specific angle that you'd like to rotate it to, you can actually just type the angle. I'll just make another copy of this just somewhere in blank space. I'm gonna hit escape. I'm going to select it. I'm gonna choose rotate. Always pay attention to the command line. It says specify base point. I'm gonna choose this as my base point. And then if I know the exact angle I want to rotate it, for example, I'm going to choose 33. I can just type 33 and then enter on my keyboard, and that rotates it exactly by 33 from the base point that I have initially selected. I'm going to select this and erase it. But basically, there's different ways of rotating depending on the information that you have. I like using the reference if I don't know the angle of certain alignment, so that way I can just reference that alignment and I can make sure it aligns properly. Let's just to practice one more time for the rotate. Let's go with the rotate, and let's choose the base point for here. Choose reference. Again, you want to choose 2 points along this line, so nearest and nearest, and then choose points. And then the green line, nearest and nearest. You can see it rotated the same alignment. Now I want to, I can just choose move, and I can move it right here, depending on where you want it to be moved to. So that basically covers the rotate command. Okay, so now let's cover the align command. So I'm going to zoom in right here. You can see there's a door right here. What I want to do is I've placed, and this is the same thing as the file that you've been provided. I've placed an additional door in here. What I want to do is I want to align this door the same way this one is. So like for example, if you did not have this door and you only had this one, how would you align it to make sure that it aligns in the same rotation? You can certainly use the rotate command and use the reference. However, sometimes people have preferences. They like to use the align command, and also the align command has a feature that rotate does not. Okay, so I'm going to select my door. I'm going to type the command align and then enter on my keyboard. And again, you have to utilize my object snap. I'm going to zoom in really close. I'm going to choose the, actually I have a lot of object snap turned on. I am only interested in endpoint and nearest, so I'm going to turn the rest off. I don't need any of this. Perfect. So that way, if I hover over, only endpoint shows up, so I don't accidentally click on something that I don't need. So I'm going to choose endpoint, and it says specify the destination for the first point. So that's my initial point. The destination is going to be nearest along this magenta line. I'm going to choose that, and I'm going to choose my second point, which is this point. And where do I want to align it to? The same line, which is the magenta line. I'm going to choose nearest. And then you can either press enter on your keyboard or spacebar. I'm going to choose spacebar. And then it says, do you want to scale the object? So that's something that rotate does not. In our case, we don't need to scale it, but if you wanted to scale it, you can actually click yes and it will scale it. but I don't want to scale it, so I'm going to choose no. I'm going to hit escape, or just zooming and out, and that little construction line is gone. And you can see my door has been rotated or aligned in the same way. So that's how you use align command. In this video, I'm going to be covering trim and extend. You'll be provided with this AutoCAD file to practice. And to access trim and extend, you need to be under Home and under Modify. And you can see in here on the top right, you have extend, but you have a drop down arrow. So if you click on it, you can see both the same button has two options, trim and extend. So depending on which one you need, you just drop down the menu, choose it, and then click on it to activate. So let's look at the first exercise. We can see in here we need to trim the line from A to B. So let's drop down the menu here, choose trim, click on trim by using left click on your mouse. That activates the trim, and let's hover over our line. It gives you a preview of what is going to be deleted or trimmed. It's very good idea to always don't try to trim quickly. Take a look at what's the preview is, so what's going to be deleted, and if you're happy with it, then left click on your mouse and that trims it for you. Trim stays active unless you hit escape, so I'm going to hit escape to cancel the command. Now I'm going to move over to the second one. What I need to do is extend line CD to line EF. You can, well, let's drop down the menu and choose extend, and you can simply just select the line in here, and it extends to the first line it sees. However, you can see if I keep clicking, it's going to continue to extend. If you want to limit that, I'm going to hit escape just to cancel for a second. If you want to limit that it only extends to this line, you can select this line and choose extend. So I'm going to undo what I just did, and I'm going to just show it again one more time differently. So I'm going to select EF, I'm going to activate extend, and I'm going to choose line CD. So that way, no matter how many times I click on it, it's only going to extend up to EF. When you're working in more complex drawing, that can be very handy. So choose escape to cancel the command. Now let's look at here. So we have two circles, and it says trim the line between magenta circle and yellow circle. The way I like to do trim in this case, I like to select my circles as my cutting edge, and I'm going to trim the lines in between. So when you select these two circles, it's only when you click on trim, it's going to trim this line and not randomly other lines. So I'm gonna drop down the menu, choose trim, click on trim to activate it, and then again hover over just to give you a preview, and then click on it if you're happy with what's going to be deleted. Trim stays active, so you can just move to the second line you want to trim, third line you want to trim, and the fourth line you want to trim. And when you're done, go to escape, and that's it. Now our fourth exercise, it's similar but different. We're using extend. So we need to do kind of the opposite of what we just did. We need to extend these lines to the magenta circle. So I'm going to select the magenta circle. I'm going to drop down the menu, and I'm going to choose extend. And I'm going to extend, just click on the lines. And then when I'm done, I'm going to hit escape. So the reason why I chose the circle, because I want this to be my limit. In extend or trim, both when you need something to trim it to or extend it to, you can always choose that line work. So that covers our trim and extend. Again, this file will be provided to you under resources, so you can download it to practice. In this video, we're going to be covering mirror command. You'll be provided with this file under resources, and you can download it and work along. Now we have three different shapes. And what mirror does is basically, you can see in here, I can mirror the side to the opposite, same exact way in the opposite side. To do this, what you want to do is do a selection. So everything except the green line. I only have the green line, so can be used as a reference. So I'm going to be selecting all of these, and I'm gonna click on mirror to activate it. Make sure your object snap is turned on, and I'm gonna click on the object snap endpoint here, and then endpoint here. Then in the command line, it says, do you want to erase the source object? So what that means is, do you want to erase the original object? If yes, then you just choose yes. If no, then you choose no. So I'm going to type N and then enter on my keyboard for no. So that doesn't erase it. Now I'm going to undo this, and I'm going to reselect this. I'm going to mirror that, and I'm going to do the same thing, endpoint to endpoint, and I'm going to choose yes, so Y, and then enter on my keyboard. So that erases the original object. So that's the difference. Okay, now let's get to the second object. So let's select these two lines, basically everything except the green line, and activate the mirror command, and do the same thing, endpoint to endpoint. And then, do you want to erase the source object? No. So I'm gonna type N and then enter on my keyboard. Then what I'm going to do is, if I want to mirror it the other way, I can also do that actually. So I'm gonna select these two lines. I should say these 4 lines, and then mirror, and I'm going to choose endpoint to endpoint. I did not select the green line, so that's why the green line did not mirror. And do you want to erase the source object? And for no, and then enter on the keyboard, and there you go. Okay, perfect. So this one is the opposite way. You have this side, and you want to mirror it to the other side. Same concept. You're going to select these lines, activate the mirror command, and you're going to choose endpoint to endpoint. Do you want to erase the source object? And for no, and then enter. Perfect. So that is basically a mirror command. In this video, we're going to be covering scale command. We're just going to start a brand new template. Go to browse template and choose the template we've been using, and then open. Perfect, so that's our scale command. Now let's just draw anything. Let's just draw a circle and start from anywhere and assign it a radius of 5, and then enter. And then Z enter to zoom in, and then choose extent. And it just zooms in really close. Now I want to scale this circle by half its size. So I'm going to choose scale, and then it asks me where's my base point. I want to choose center. So to be able to choose center, you need to have your object snap turned on the center. So right here, I have mine all turned on, so make sure center is turned on. And hover over and choose the center. And to scale it by half of its size, you need to type 0.5 and then enter. Now select the circle, right click, go to properties, and you can see the radius is 2.5. When we drew the circle, the radius was 5. Now let me scale it by like 3 times as much, larger. So scale, I'm also going to choose the center, and then type 3, and then enter. I'm going to choose the circle. And you can see in here it's 7.5. So basically that's how scale works. If you want to scale it to a smaller size, you choose 0.5, or maybe even if you want 0.25, depending on how much smaller you want it. If you want to scale it larger, you choose a factor of if you want to scale it twice as much, 2, 3, then 3, and so on. So that's basically a scale command. Okay, in this video, I'm going to be covering fillet command. You will be provided with this file for the exercise. Let's start with the first one. So we need to fill it with radius of 3. So between these two lines, I need to do a fillet with radius of 3. To do that is you click on fillet to activate it, and we can see that it's activated in here. You're going to select either or of the lines. So I'm going to select this line. To select it is I hover over it and I select it by left click on my mouse, and I'm going to choose radius right here on the command line, and I'm going to type 3 and then enter on my keyboard. And then I'm going to choose the second line and then enter, and that does a fillet of 3. To verify that it is, let's go under measure, let's go under radius right here and click on that, and you can see in here radius is 3. Perfect. And then escape to cancel that measure command. Now let's go to the second one. It's the same thing, but we're going to choose radius of 10. So click on fillet to activate it, choose the first line, choose radius. It remembers the last radius you inputted, so make sure you change it to 10 and then enter on your keyboard, and then choose the second line, and that does a fillet of radius 10. Let's do the same thing to measure and radius to verify that it is 10. Gonna click right here, and I can see the radius is 10. Perfect. Now for this one, it seems to have a fillet already, but we want to actually do it radius of 0. So again, choose fillet. Make sure you hover over, but make sure you select the line, not the arc. So hover over, make sure it's the line, and then left click on your mouse, choose radius, type 0 and then enter, and choose the second line. Again, make sure you're not choosing the arc, choose the second line, and there you go. So that is basically how you do fillet. In this video, I'm going to be covering break and break at point command. We're just going to start a brand new template. I'm going to go to new, browse template, and the same template we've been using, and go to open. Alright, make sure your ortho is turned on, and let's draw 2 lines. Just activate the polyline or line, doesn't matter which one, and draw one line and then escape. Actually, what I'm going to do for the second line, I'm going to copy it. So I'm going to go to copy. I'm just going to select anywhere or endpoint and just copy it to the south of that. Perfect. I'm going to hit escape. Okay. And I'm actually going to draw another polyline right here just for the first one. Perfect. So under modify, there is these 2 buttons right here. There's break at point. If you hover over long enough, it tells you that it's break at point. You can click on it to activate it, or you can simply just type the word break at point. And the other one is break. And same thing, you can just type break and it will activate the command. I'll start with break at point. Click on it. So if I want these, so this line right here right now that I drew is all one segment. If I want to separate it, right here where this line is, what I can do is I can select this line, and to select it is I hover over it, and it you can see that it's getting highlighted. So select it, and then make sure your object snap is turned on, and you want to, I've turned all of them on, so you want to make sure you choose intersection. click on it. So what that does is this line right now, I'm going to hit escape, and this line, they are two separate segments. In many cases, we do need to break the line, but without having any gap, just simply separate them, and they still have, the same, like all the properties. Now, for the second line, let's use the break command. So modify and choose break, and then select the line by hovering over and just making sure it's a little bit highlighted. Left click on your mouse. So what this does, it actually breaks it, and you can just move to the right to know how much you want to break it. But it doesn't like separate it. It actually like makes you can separate it in whatever distance that you need it to separate it from. So I'm just gonna click right here. So that breaks it. I don't use the break command that often. I use break at point quite a lot because in many cases I do use I do need to break the line into two separate segments. So that's the difference between break at point and break. In this video, I'm going to be covering explode and join. We'll start a brand new template again. So I'm going to go to browse template and choose this one and go to open. Okay, so I'm going to activate my polyline command, and I'm just going to draw just anything, like multiple lines. So I'm gonna go just left click on my mouse, 1, 2, 3, and then the last one I can let me turn on my objects map, and I can actually just go to close, so then it closes into the last point that I started from. So if I select this polyline, I right click and I go to properties, I can see it's a polyline. And you can see that it's all one entity, so they're all joined together. Now let's say I need these lines to be separate. I don't want them to be all together. So I need to basically convert them into a line. So what I need to do, what I can do for that is I can explode this. So I need to select this object, which is already selected, and I need to go under home, under modify, right here, explode. And if I select this, it's a separate line from this one. I'm just hitting escape to deselect, and it's a separate line from this one. And you can see they've converted all to line. Now if I select all of them, there are 3 different lines. So in many cases, sometimes you have things that are joined all in one. You want to separate them, so you want to you want to explode them. But let's say I want to do the opposite now. Let's say these lines are separate, but I need to join them. What I can do is I can simply select all of these 3 lines and type the command join, and then enter on your keyboard. Now if I select this, it's a polyline and it's only one entity. So that's basically explode and join command. In this video, I'm going to be covering offset. I'm just going to start a brand new template. So I'm going to go to new. Again, by default, it remembers the template I've been using most recently. If you don't have this one, just go to browse template and choose it from here and go to open. Perfect. Now I'm going to activate my line command, and I'm just going to draw a random line from one point to another. Doesn't matter the distance, doesn't matter from where to where. So I'm going to left click on my mouse and left click again. The line stays active, so I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to draw another line. I'm going to click anywhere, This time I want the line to be straight, so I'm going to activate my ortho, and again just to anywhere else and then escape. Now let's use the offset. So what the offset does is it creates a parallel line within a certain distance specified. So let's actually do one so it can make more sense. To offset, you need to select the line. Under Home, there's the offset button. You need to click it to activate it, or you can simply type O, enter on your keyboard. But I'm going to click right here. And you know it's activated because it says in here offset specified distance. Now I'm gonna offset it by a certain distance. I'm just making this distance up. I'm gonna choose 50. So 50 and then enter on your keyboard. Now I can see in here it wants to generate a line parallel to it. I have two options. I can either place it to the south or I can place it to the north. First of all, the one that's highlighted, that's the original line. The one that's, if I move my cursor to the south, it gives me a preview that it's going to place it to the south side if I want it to the south. If I want it to the north of that, I can just move my cursor up and it gives me a preview. But either south or north will both be the distance specified that I've just indicated earlier, which is 50. Okay, so if I'm happy with the preview, I want it to be placed in the north. I'm going to left click on my mouse and it places it right there. Now the thing is about offset, it stays active unless you hit escape. So I'm just going to, so let's say you need to offset it by multiple times. You can actually select the line, you just offset it, and you can offset it again. And the distance stays the same, which is 50. It doesn't change unless you hit escape and activate offset and change the distance, but it stays 50 unless you, again, restart the command. So I'm going to hit escape. Okay, now let's verify it is actually 50. So what we can do under Home, under Measure, I can drop down the menu in here and I can choose Quick Measure. And I can just hover over and I can see it's 50. And it's also 50 in here. So that's perfect. Now I'm going to hit escape. It's the same thing if I do it for you know, a straight line or non-straight line, but I'm just gonna try this one just to show you guys like if it was a straight line. So again, the same thing. I'm going to select the original line. I'm gonna this time actually I'm gonna type the command. So I'm gonna type O, enter to offset. And you can see the offset is activated because again the command line says to specify distance. It remembers the last distance I have inputted. If I want to change that distance, I can specify now. So this time I just want to change the distance to maybe 33 and then enter. And again you can see the highlighted one, it's the original line. And if I move my cursor to the south, that's where it's going to place it. That's the preview. And if I move my cursor up, it's going to place it to the north of that line. So depending on where I want it, if I'm happy with the preview, I can just left click on my mouse and it's there. Again, same thing. I can just, actually, if you want to even like maybe offset it both sides, I'm going to offset it here. And, you know, it offsets the same distance. If you want to keep going, you can continue to do that, but just remember, again, it stays with the same distance, which in this case, I just chose 33. I'm going to hit escape to deactivate or to cancel the offset. I'm going to go under Measure. I'm going to go to Quick. I'm going to hover over. You can see in here it's 33 and then 33. Perfect. So I'm going to hit escape. So that's basically what offset is, and that's how you can offset lines or shapes or anything else. In this section, we're going to be working on a hands-on assignment. We will be applying the skills and techniques we've learned in AutoCAD in the previous sections, and we'll be applying it to this assignment. I'll just explain a few things about this assignment. And then we can get started in the next video. This is a property plan, and just one thing to note, this doesn't represent any real geographical location. it's only for educational purpose. This is the final version drawn in AutoCAD. After we draw it in AutoCAD, we will learn how to print it to PDF. I'm just going to explain a few things just to know how to read this drawing. First thing is the scale of this drawing is 1 to 200 because I have it right here stated and I have the graph scale right here. So if you had a ruler, one of these rulers where you have the scale, if you were to print this to the correct size and you were to measure this graph scale, if it's done properly, from 0 to 200, it should be exactly to 200. And the scale is in meters. Okay, perfect. Now, you can see these thick lines. These are property lines. Let me just label them just to clarify. So I'm going to zoom in really close. And basically, these are our property lines. So property lines have bearing and distances. So distance is right here, 20.766. And because we have a note in here says it's in meters, so anything that's distance, it's going to be in meters. And then the bearing basically is the direction of the bearing. Just to note in here, northwest is the same thing as southeast. I'll just do a quick explanation over here just to make sure that's covered. So if I were to draw right here, so basically this is north. Let me just go caps. This is northeast. This is southeast. This is southwest. And this is northwest. Okay, now I drew this green line right here. So this green line, depending on where you're drawing it from, so this is your 0, 0. It's the same line, but if you're drawing it from here going that way, it's going to be northeast. If you're drawing it from 0, 0 going that way, it's southwest. But northeast is the same thing as southwest. And also northwest is the same thing as southeast. Basically, the way to remember it is that both directions change, not just one. So in this example right here, northwest, it's drawn from this point going that way. That's northwest. However, if it was drawn from here going that way, it would be southeast. So both directions will be changing. Okay, now let me continue labeling this. And this right here will be our building. So anytime you hear me saying we're going to start drawing our building, that is our building all throughout in here. Inside of our building, we have the porch and we have the garage. Perfect. And also something to note, when you are reading this drawing, always look at the north. In this case, north is up. However, in many cases, sometimes north is in a different direction depending on where the property is located. So the way you read this, if this was printed in an actual paper, if you were in a construction site, you would always look at where the north is going and then align it with the actual real world north, and then try to read the drawing. Okay, so now we'll get started in the next video to set our units, and then we can we'll draw again the property line, the building, using all these values. We'll generate the text and dimensions as well. Okay, first thing we need to do to start this assignment is open a brand new template and set up our units. So we're going to go to new, and by default I usually have the same template I've been using because it remembers that I've used it before. If you don't have it, you can simply just go to browse template, choose the template and go to open. and just give it a second and it opens up. Now first thing we need to do is type the command units. And then this window comes up, drawing units. If you've opened the correct template, it should be in millimeters. If you don't see millimeters, then you need to close it and go back and make sure you open the right template. When you see millimeters, you're going to go to the drop-down menu and you're going to choose meters. We're changing it to meters because that's the way we're going to be drawing in this assignment. And the next thing is, in here, you're going to choose decimal, and instead of 4, we're just going to choose 2. And for angle type, we're going to choose surveyor's units, and we're going to choose the third option for precision. So pause this video for now and just make sure you have the setup changed correctly. So again, just one thing to mention. Templates in this course, we're using all metric. So when you open your drawing, like your template for the first time, it should be in millimeters, and you can change it to anything that's metric. But you can't change it to anything that's imperial. It might seem to be working, but later on you realize it's not working. So again, in this course we're not covering imperial, but just so you know, and vice versa is true as well. So again, just make sure the settings are set up that way, and then click OK. Now it's probably a good idea to do a save as for your drawing. So you can go right here and do a save as and save it to either a USB or somewhere you can have access to it later. And then I'll stop here, and then in the next video we're going to start drawing. Okay, in this video we're going to be starting to draw the property lines. In the earlier video I asked you to save as your assignment. I saved it as practical assignment in brackets recorded because I want to know that's my recorded version. You can save it as any name you'd like. I recommend saving it with the date at the end in case if you don't complete everything in the same day and you want to keep multiple versions, you can just remember which date that version is. But it's up to you what you want to label it as. So now you will be provided a copy of this PDF. Again, that's the completed version. I'm just going to be zooming in and out depending on the information I need. I'm going to start right here on the bottom left where it says lot corner 1000, 1000. So that's our coordinates, and we're going to use absolute input to enter this coordinate. You need to go to home and activate the line command and type 1000, 1000 and enter. That's your starting point. We'll verify later if we have done this correctly. And then the next line is going to be this right here, which is 14.908, and we've already set our units to meters, so we know this is in meters. And then east. What east means, it's a straight line, which we can use ortho mode to draw it. So let's turn on our ortho mode and move your cursor to the right. Make sure it's kind of similar to the way I have it. And then type in 14.908, then enter. So when you move your cursor to the right, when it's ortho mode and you just type the distance, it draws that line for you in that direction. I'm going to hit escape. In case, so if you zoom in, and in case if you're having a hard time trying to locate the line, there's a simpler way to locate the line. You can type Z, enter, and then choose extent. And that zooms in really close to the first line that you've drawn. Now let's verify if the line I drew is correct. And because you're drawing this for the first time, as I'm drawing this, I'm going to show you how you can verify that you drew it correctly. The first thing I want to verify is my coordinates. Under Home, under Utilities, you can choose ID point, or you can simply type ID and then enter on your keyboard. So I'm going to choose this one. make sure your object snap is turned on. So you need to choose endpoint and then left click on your mouse. And that tells you the coordinates for X and Y. So 1,000 and 1,000, that's perfect, which matches what we have been given in the PDF. Now let's verify the distance and the angle. And to do that is we need to select our line, right click, and go to properties. We need to check the last two parameters in here, angle and length. So angle is east, which matches with that, and then length is 14.91. So in the earlier videos, I asked you when you set the units, set them to 2 precision, but because our PDF is to 3 precision, I'm going to change my AutoCAD to 3 precision just so it matches and we don't need to do any rounding. So in AutoCAD, I'm going to type units. I'm going to change only in here under length, under precision, I'm going to change that to 3. And I'm going to choose OK. Now I'm going to select my line again and look at the length parameter, which is 14.908, and it matches. Perfect, I'm good to go. Now I'm going to hit escape. And let's draw our second line. The second line is, that's the distance, 34.635, and the angle is north, or the bearing I should say, north 5 degrees, 9 minutes, 33 seconds east. Now I'm going to activate my line command. I'm going to start from the endpoint in here. Make sure you start from endpoint, not just anywhere. If you don't see the endpoint, make sure you turn on your object snap. It's probably a good idea to turn off ortho now. So let's start with the endpoint. And the way to draw this distance and bearing, it's going to be at 34.635 less than angle north 5 degrees. So the way you write degrees is just the letter D. And then 9 minutes, 33 seconds east. And then enter. I'm going to hit escape again, just to verify. I still have my property window open. Again, if you want to close it, you can close it. The way to open is just select the line and right click and go to properties. Let me just do that. So length is 34.635, which again matches. And then the angle is north 5 degrees, 9 minutes, 33 seconds east. Perfect. Now I'm going to hit escape and do the same thing again for line. And choose the endpoint. And I'm going right here. I'm going to choose at 20.766, less than symbol for the angle, and then north 88, D as in delta for degrees, 36 minutes, 17 seconds west, and then enter. I'm going to hit escape, select the line, and verify the last two parameters, 20.766, and then north 88 degrees, 36 minutes, 17 seconds west, which matches. So I'm going to hit escape. The last line, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to draw a line. I'm going to activate my line. I'm going to choose endpoint to endpoint, then hit escape. And I'm going to select it and verify my distance and bearing. If I've drawn everything correctly, this should be correct. So 35.107, and that matches. South 4 degrees, 28 minutes, 19 seconds east, that also matches. And now we've drawn our boundary. There is one thing I do want to mention is for bearings, southeast is the same thing as northwest, depending on which direction you're drawing. But both of the directions need to be changed for them to be the same. So again, southeast is the same thing as northwest. Same thing in here, northwest is the same thing as southeast. So both directions change. So depending on the way you're drawing, are you drawing from right to left or left to right, or like counterclockwise or clockwise? So for now, we have drawn our boundary. I'll stop the video here, and then I'll cover what's next in the upcoming video. Okay, in this video, we're gonna create and manage layers. But before we do that, I recommend that you save your drawing as you go, because sometimes AutoCAD crashes. And to save your drawing, there's a couple different ways. One being you can choose this icon right here. It says save, and you can simply just click on it, and you can see in here it says Q save. That means it's just saved. Another option is you can choose the AutoCAD logo in here and click on save. That also saves it for you. And again, you can see that from here. I'm just going to hit escape. And there's a keyboard shortcut, which is Control S, and you have to press and hold at the same time, Control and then S, and it says in here Q save. So it's always a good idea every, I would say, maybe 5 minutes or so, just sort of, or maybe not 5 minutes, every time you make a decent milestone, save your drawing. Okay, so now let's create layers. To create layers, you need to go to Layer Properties, which is under Home, and choose Layer Properties. You can simply just type layers and then enter on your keyboard. The same window will show up. Layers are used for many different things. One thing that layers get used for is to control line weight. What I mean by that is this completed version of this assignment. You can see in here the property is much thicker line weight than the building, and the dimension is a little bit thinner than the building, and so on. So typically, depending on where you work, there are usually standards, and they would have specification in for each layer and what line weight it needs to be and what line type it needs to be as well. In this case, I've just kind of went into the most common one. Typically, the properties is usually thicker, so that's why I've chosen this line weight for it. Also, another reason why line weights or layers are used is sometimes there are multiple disciplines working in the same drawing. For example, civil engineering can be working with architect in the same exact drawing. So if the person is interested in the architectural information, they can just simply turn off the layers that are related to civil engineering, and vice versa is true as well. Also, if you are actually working in the same discipline, sometimes you need to turn off some layers, sometimes you need to turn on some layers. So it depends on what you're trying to do. It will make a lot more sense as we work through this assignment, but just keep in mind, this is a simple assignment, so usually when you are working when you are working in an office, you're working with drawings that have hundreds and hundreds of layers. So turning on and turning off layers, it can be very, very helpful. Okay, so now let's actually start creating these layers. So to create a new layer, you're going to click on this one right here, or you can choose, and you see if I hover over it, it tells you what the shortcut for it is, which is Alt-N. I just like to left click in here, and you can see layer 1 has been activated. You can just backspace, so you can delete layer 1 and actually call it or name it as you'd like. Again, depending on where you're working, typically there are standards to layer naming, but in this case we're just learning, I'm calling it to what makes sense to the way we're drawing it. So the first, I'm going to choose caps. So the first layer, I'm going to call it annotation. And I'm going to give it a color of, right here, red. And okay. So you can see in here, there are different parameters that you can control. I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger so we can see that. Okay, perfect. Some you'll be using more on a regular basis, some maybe not. But what each one means, so in here, you're just giving it a name. in here, you're turning on and off the layer. So if you are in model space and you have certain items that are drawn in this layer and you want to turn it off, you can simply choose the light bulb and you can see it turns off, which it shows in the color blue. If you want to turn it back on, you can simply just click on it. Freeze is similar to turning on and off. Locking the layer, so when you lock the layer, that means you can't erase the layer, you can't move the layer, you can't modify the layer unless you unlock it. It can be good for some cases. Under plot, if you click on it, so what that means, anything that's going to be drawn in this layer, it's not going to be printing. So a lot of times we have layers, we call them construction layers. We're just trying to figure out where to draw things, and we create a layer that we call it non-plot, and we just turn off the printer for it. However, for annotation, we definitely need it to be turned on, so we'll leave that. Under color, you can choose what color you want to assign it. So you can click on the color and you can choose the color. These colors are associated with the line weight. Later on, we'll learn that there is an area in a setting where we can actually control, like for example, red, we can assign it a certain line weight, and so on and so forth. A lot of companies, when they're usually trying to create a template from scratch, this is a very time-consuming part to be able to figure out, which color to assign it, which line weight, and so on. Because again, they're trying to follow certain standards per their client. Now, line type, if you click on continuous, most line types are continuous. However, in some cases, you might need some other line type. They don't show up here. You have to go to load, and you have to choose which line type do you need. So if you're drawing a fence, there's a fence, line, circle, square. If it's a utility, there's gas. If you need, dashed, which is called hidden, or even there's another one that's called dashed, and so on. You can actually also create a custom line type, but we're not covering that. But you can do that, and a lot of companies do that as well. So I'm going to leave it as continuous for now. But if you do need a certain line type, you need to load, you need to choose the line type, you need to click OK, and it shows up here, and you actually select it and click OK. But I'm not doing that in this case. I'm just going to leave it as continuous and OK. And for line weight, I'm going to choose default in here. Okay, so this window comes up and you can choose a line weight that you need to assign. Again, for the annotation, I'm just going to leave it as default because I don't need I don't want it to be a thicker line weight. Transparency, so we're also not going to be doing this, but sometimes if you want certain layers to be more transparent than others, you can control it in here as well. And then new VP, so this can be very handy. We won't be using it in this course, but later on we'll be learning a little bit more about paper space. And if you want to control layers to be turned on and off only in viewport, so VP stands for viewport, you can choose this right here. But we won't be covering that in this course. Under description, that's up to you because sometimes, again, multiple people are working in the same drawing. Sometimes they use abbreviations for certain layer names, so if you want to have any comments in here, you can just write it in the description. Okay, so we've created our first layer. Let's continue creating the rest of the layers. So I'm going to choose new again, and I'm going to choose boundary. I'm just going to go all capital. It doesn't matter in this case, but I'm just choosing to go with capital. For boundary, I'm going to assign it a color blue. Then OK. I'm going to leave everything the same except for line weight. I'm going to choose 1 for line weights. and click OK. Perfect. Now I'm going to go to new again. I'm going to create, so I clicked new, but I must have just kind of clicked my mouse twice. You can see the layer in here, it's created, but it didn't like ask me to rename it. So all I can do is right click, go to rename right here. And I'm gonna call this layer dim for dimensions. And for the color, I'm going to assign a color magenta. Click OK. And then for line weight, I need it to be default. So typically, anytime you create a new layer, it picks up the properties from the previous layer. So you just need to be aware of that and change it to what you need to change it to. Okay, so let me just create one more. So boundary. Okay, we've done boundary, we've done dim annotation, and let's create a building layer. I keep building. Okay, and for building, I'm going to assign it a color yellow. Right here, click OK. And I'm gonna leave it as continuous, and for the line weight, I'm going to assign it a color 0.5 and click OK. One more layer, I'm going to call it street. Perfect. And for street, I'm gonna assign it a color cyan. And I'm going to give it a default. For now, that's what I need. I might need to add more layers later on. We can always do that after. You can even modify these layers afterwards as well. But for now, that's good enough. So first thing, I'm going to close this. The first thing I want to do is I want to change these line work to the boundary layer. So to do that, I can do a selection, and I'm going to go right here to layers, and I'm going to choose boundary, and you can see the color has changed. And again, the line weight, you might not see it right now. You will see it later when we print. However, some people like to see it in the model space, which there is an option for that. So the option for that is you can choose this right here, and you can see that's the line weight of the boundary. If you don't see this button right here, you need to go right here and choose line weight. So you need to make sure it's check marked. It will appear here, and when it appears, you just need to click it, and the boundary will appear. Okay, perfect. So now we've created the layers that we need. I'm gonna stop here, and in the next video, we're gonna be placing the building per the dimensions given. Okay, in this video, we're gonna start placing our building. And let me just zoom into the PDF. So the building is this right here, this outline that goes all the way. And inside of the building, we have a garage and we have a porch. Now let me zoom in. I can see in here, that's going to be my starting point. I can see that both distances in here is 6.060. We learned there's a command called offset. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my property line, type in O, enter for offset, and type in 6.060 and then enter. I have an option. If I move my cursor up, I can place it north, and if I move my cursor to this south direction, I can place it in the south direction. I want it to be inside of the property, so I'm going to move my cursor up, and I'm going to left click on my mouse and then escape. The thing about offset that it picks up on the same layer that you originally offsetted from. So you want to make sure that select the layer that you just offsetted and go to layers and choose building and then hit escape. I might need to offset more layers, so I just wanted to show you that you can change the layer, but maybe later I'll just leave all the layers and then I'll change everything at the end. Now we have this. Something else to note is that this building, everything is perpendicular to one another. So these, the relationship between any horizontal and vertical line is that they're 90 degrees to one another. Okay, so now what I can do is I can take this line and I can offset it by this distance. So O, enter for offset, and then 16.983, and then enter. And just again, you can move it south or north, but I want it to be inside the property, so I just moved it and I left click on my mouse. The offset stays active. You can see my cursor has changed, but I'm going to hit escape. Okay, so just to kind of keep track, so we've used this value, we've used this and that. Now I'm going to move right here, so I can see the distances here is 2.885. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select this line, O, enter, 2.885, and then enter. Then move it to the right, and then left click on your mouse to place it, and then escape. Now the thing is, I know that this intersection here, that's exactly where 2.885 is, because that dimension is from this point, which is this line right here, and then like where the west line meets that point. So what I can do is I can activate the line command, and I can use, or utilize I should say, my object snap. Now I just need, okay, I need my object snap to be, let me just make my AutoCAD a little bit bigger. Perfect. So I'm going to choose intersection to be turned on, and I'm also interested in perpendicular to be turned on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to activate the line command again. I'm going to hover over. Intersection is turned on. Perfect. I'm going to left click on my mouse to start a line command. And I'm going all the way south until I see perpendicular. Perfect. I'm going to left click and then hit escape. Okay, so now I've drawn this line, and I need to get rid of all the other lines that I don't need, so I can like do some cleanup. And I recommend you clean up as you go, because at the end you'll have a lot of lines and you'll forget which one you want to delete, which one you want to keep. So this line right here I don't need anymore, so I'm going to select it. I can just go to erase right here, and for this excess right here I can just go to trim, and I can trim this part, I can trim this part, and then escape. You can certainly select this line and then change the layer. Alternatively, what you can do, there's a command called MA for match property. You can select the layer that you want, and then select the layer that the line you want to change it to, and then escape. So that's just another shortcut, but whichever way you'd like you can use. Okay, perfect. So now what we've done, we've also used this one. Perfect. Now let's look at this distance right here. So I can take this line and I can offset by 8.317. Then enter. Perfect. And then now I'm gonna take this line and going to offset 2.400. Okay. And then I'm hitting escape every time I offset so I can deselect. Now let's do a little bit of a cleanup. So go to trim right here, and you don't need the inside line, you don't need this, and you don't need that. And I'm going to move, actually, let's just cross this off, cross this off. Perfect. Now let's take this line and offset it by the distance 4.0 400, so offset 4.4. You can type in the 00, but it's not going to make a difference. And move it to the right and escape. So now we're going to go to trim. So trim, if the last thing you've used was trim, it stays under trim. So you don't need to do the drop down unless you want to change it to extend. So I can just click on the scissors, and I can simply, and it gives you a preview of what's going to be trimmed, and then you can left click on it to get rid of it. Perfect, and you also don't need that as well. And then escape. Okay, now let's just also erase, cross this off. This is the same thing. If you've done this correctly, you can use this as a verification, which we'll do afterwards. Now let's select this line, and we know the distance. Enter for offset 13.083, then enter, and that places it right here. Then escape. The distance between here and here is supposed to be 1.5 because that's 1.5 right here. Actually, for this one, I'm just going to double check that it is. So I'm just going to do distance in here. I'm going to choose endpoint and perpendicular. And I can see here the y is 1.5, which is a good confirmation for me I'm on the right track. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to activate the line command. I'm going to go to the endpoint here and perpendicular. Perfect. Escape. I'm going to do MA for match property. I'm going to change this right here and then escape. And I'm going to trim this part. Keep in mind that there's many different ways of achieving the same outcome. I'm just showing one way, but you can utilize, all the commands in different ways. And at the end of the day, what you need is to have the building to match the values that are given. So there's different ways. You might want to start it at like a different direction, etc. But I'm just showing one way how to do this. So let's cross this value off. Now we have the porch, so I'm going to take this line, enter for offset, and I'm going to offset it by 3 to the left, then escape. And I'm just going to activate the trim. I'm going to trim this line and this line right here. Okay, so now we need to get our garage placed, but before we do that, we need to modify the porch a little bit. We can see that in here, the porch is not all the way to the end. There's a bit of a gap in here. We've placed our porch in here, but we just need to move it up a little bit. There's many different ways of doing this, but let's try this way. So first thing is you want to select this line, you want to right click and go to properties. And we can see this line is 14.583, which doesn't match in here because of the 1.5 in here. So what we need to do is hit escape, go to right here, go to the trim command and trim it right here. Escape, select the line again, and you can see it's 13.083. Now what I need to do is utilize my modify command. So I'm going to select these two lines. I'm going to go to move, and I'm going to choose the endpoint here and move it to the endpoint right here. And then what I can do is I'm going to select this line right here. I'm going to choose extend, and I'm going to extend this line. I'm going to hit escape. Now there's a couple different ways of doing this, but I want to do it this way so I can show you how you can utilize the commands. Under modify, there is something called break at point, which we've covered briefly, but let's choose it. And now what I can do is I can select this line and I can break the point right here at the end point. So now this line and this line are two separate segments. I'm going to hit escape. And what I can do is I'm going to select this line and I'm going to move it. And I'm going to move it from endpoint to endpoint. So in this case, we've utilized a lot of modify commands to be able to modify this part. We will later also need to break the point in here because we need to change the line type, but we'll do that after. Now let's get the garage set up for us. So select this line and then enter for offset. The value is, we can see from this line, is 1.5 plus 5.7. So that ends up being 7.2. So I'm going to type 7.2 and then enter. And I'm going to place it right here. And then hit escape. Now I'm going to make sure that it's under extend again. And I'm going to extend this line. And I'm going to hit escape. Okay, now I have successfully placed my building. Just to kind of follow the same rule, we've done this. We did that at the very beginning. Okay, now there's just one thing we need to do to completely finalize our drawing the building, is that we just need to create another layer and assign it a dashed line type, because in here we can see right here it's all dashed, and we did not create a layer that was dashed. So what we need to do is just go to layers, similar to how we did in the layers section, and we have the building in here, so we can just create another layer and call it let me just stay with the caps, building, and maybe call it interior in brackets. And I'm going to assign it a different color just so we can differentiate it. Let's assign it a color gray, number 8, and then click OK. Now under line type continuous, I'm going to select it right here, and I'm going to go to load. I'm going to look for a line type called dashed. So there's a lot of ones, but I like this one, the dashed right here. So I'm going to go OK. And I'm going to select dash in here, so make sure it's highlighted in blue, and click OK again. And under continuous, it's supposed to change to dashed. So if it didn't, make sure you click on it again and make sure you select the dashed that you just loaded from here. So click OK, and then now exit this window. Now you want to make sure that only inside of the building is dashed, not outside. And if I select this line right here, I can see this line is continuous. So what I need to do is I need to go to modify, and I need to go to break at point and select this line and then break it right here at the end point. Now this line is separate from this line right here. Now what I can do is I can use my selection. So I'm going to select these 3 lines, and I'm gonna go under layers, and I'm going to choose building interior and then hit escape. And I can see that I'm not able to see the line type. That's because there's something called line type scale. We will I'll show you how you can adjust it, but usually the line type scale resets every time you open and close AutoCAD. So usually it's recommended to adjust the line type at the very end. Okay, so there's some command called LTS, line type scale. That's what it stands for. So type that command and then press enter on your keyboard. By default, it's usually assigned a number 1. Sometimes you, depending on what you're what you're working with, sometimes you are giving a certain value to adjust it to. If not, it's about trial and error. I'm going to try the way you kind of figure that out. You either try a very small number or a very large number. I just have tried this, so I found that 0.05 kind of worked. So again, I typed LTS and then I gave it a value of 0.05, and now I can see the line type. So the line type was there. I just needed to adjust the line type scale for me to visually see it. Okay, so now officially I'm going just to I have drawn my building in here. So now I'll stop this, and then in the next video we'll start learning how to annotate the text with a certain size, and also the dimensions, how to create that as well. So I'll stop right here. Okay, now we have to add the dimensions and text, but before we do that, we have to set up our paper space to know what kind of scale we're going to be using, because we're going to create our text style and dimension style based on that scale, because we're using in this course annotative dimensions and text. Okay, now in AutoCAD there's model space and paper space. Model space is where you draw everything to real measurements, and paper space is when you need to finally print your drawing in certain size paper. There's many different sizes. You're going to be using paper space, and you assign a certain scale to that paper space. Because if it's, for example, if it's a house, you can't fit a house in a 11 by 17 paper size. So again, in this course, I've already created a template. So to bring over a title block that I've already created, which is very common, you do that in a lot of different companies. You don't create a title block from scratch, you just kind of bring it from a previous template. So what you can do is by default, AutoCAD generates layout 1, layout 2, but we're not going to be using that. What we're going to do instead is right click on one of them and choose from template. And this window comes up. It automatically comes from the template, but I've already have my own template, so I'm just going to navigate to it, and I'm just going to go right here. So I called the template title block. This will be available to you under resources, so you can download that title block template. So I'm going to select it, and I'm going to go to open. And this window comes up. It says insert layout. I'm going to choose title block, and I'm going to click OK and give it a couple seconds. My computer is a bit fast. Yours might, again, take a few seconds. And you can see it generated a title block template, a title block tab for me. So I'm going to click on that, and I can see this is my title block. So this already has the page set up, everything ready for me. I just need to add something called the viewport, and I can assign a scale to it. So you're not creating this from scratch. However, I will show you how you can verify the page size. So what you need to do is right click on the title block and go to Page Setup Manager. This window comes up, and you can see there's layout 1, layout 2, title block. I'm interested in the title block. And you can actually rename these, but I'll show you that later. And then make sure it's highlighted in blue and go to modify. I have set it up to DWG to PDF. The reason for that is it's very common to do that, because in the office you usually print it to PDF and you make up revisions, and if you need to print it, you can print it later. Actually, most companies now, they are just going paperless, so they actually just stay with the PDF even for submission. However, some areas, they have their own policies. So if I drop down the menu, you can see there's a lot of different ones, but again, I've already set it up to DWG to PDF. That's the one I'm interested in. Now there's a paper size, and again, I've already set up mine to 11 by 17, but if I drop down the menu, just to show you, there's many different page sizes. It depends on which page size do you need. And the rest, I've already set them by default. So monochrome, that's a CTB file that controls our colors, like the line weight and everything. Monochrome is something that's generated by AutoCAD by default. I'm just going to quickly show you. So if you drop down the menu, there's the default one that are created by AutoCAD. Assignment 3 is something I have. It's not the default one. That was for a previous project I was working on. However, if you need to create a new one, you can create a new one, but we will not be covering that in this course. But just to show you for monochrome, and if I go right here, this window shows up, and this window is, I've adjusted this course and the layers to kind of match this. But basically, there are already colors that are assigned certain line weights. So color 1 is going to print in black, and you can actually adjust, use object line type, line weight, etc. And color 2, same thing. Color 3 again is going to print in black. There's certain parameters that you can adjust, screening. Again, this might, in this course, I'm not covering every single detail, but screening is irrelevant to us. But line type is something we've kind of covered. So line type, I've adjusted it from the layer properties. I'm not going to adjust it here, but you can if you want to. And same thing with the line weight, etc. But that's just to show you how you can actually see this. I'm going to hit cancel. So again, this is already set up for you. It's going to be in a landscape. I want it to print object line weight. I want to make sure I plot with plot style, and plot paper space last. Again, this is by default like that. I'm not going to be covering every single detail about paper space, but for this project, that's how we're going to be printing. So I'm going to click OK. And I'm going to click close. So we know that this is a 11 by 17. I have already have some annotation for you, and I will show you how you can get that. Like I just, it's a title block. I wanted to give it a title, and then lot would be lot 1, and the scale is 1 to 200. So what that means is we need to, so right now you can't see what's in the model space because this is paper space. You need to create something called a viewport, and inside the viewport you can assign a scale to it, which needs to be 1 to 200. So there's many different ways of creating a viewport, but one of the ways is right here. You need to go to layout. Where it says rectangle, you can drop down the menu, you can create different shapes. I'm interested in the rectangle one, and I'm going to try to create a rectangle within the limit of my title block. So I'm gonna hover over here, gonna left click on my mouse. You can see that starts generating a rectangle, and I want it to be ending right here. Perfect. So you can see now the model space is starting, like whatever was drawn in the model space is starting to show up. But I don't know what scale that is in. And the scale is very important because if you were to print this and actually measure, or even use some softwares to measure this, and it says 1 to 200, this measurement needs to match that. So if the way to know what the viewport scale is, that you need to double click inside. when I double click inside, you can see in here there is a value. So that's the scale. I need to click on this and I need to choose 1 to 200. So choose that and you can see now I know it's 1 to 200. The problem with viewports is that if you use your mouse accidentally, the mouse wheel, to zoom in and out, the scale changes. So let me change it back to 1 to 200. And then there is a lock button in here. I'm going to lock it. So that way, if I zoom in and out, it's not going to change the scale. And this is a very important part when you're trying to set the scale for your viewport. You want to make sure that whatever value you're given or you start, if it's 1 to 200, your viewport needs to match that. Now, I am in the viewport mode, so what I need to do, I know that because my line is a little bit kind of a thick white line, I need to go to anywhere outside of this viewport and double click using my left click mouse, and that deactivates it, so I can, if I need to add something outside of that viewport. Okay, so we still need to add the text, but I just want to show you something else, is that if you click right here under plot, you're going to choose continue to plot single sheet. This window comes up because again, you've already inserted the title block, everything's set up for you. What you want to do, if you want to print it to PDF, you can just click OK, it will generate a PDF for you. But we're not doing that right now because we're not done. Let's just do a preview. Perfect. So now you can see that's how it's going to print. The line weight is there. You can see that the line type, it's not showing up dashed, so we need to adjust the line type scale. So what I said earlier, that sometimes when you open and close AutoCAD, it it resets the line type, but also when you create a viewport, it resets it as well. So when we're ready to finally print, we can adjust the line type in the paper space. And sometimes in paper space, it's a different line type scale than in model space. So we can adjust that at the very end. But I just wanted to show you the preview of this. One thing I do want to say is that the viewport, I don't want the line to be printing, like the outline. It's a standard that usually in most places you don't want it to be printing. So to do that, I'm going to hit escape once. I'm going to hit escape twice so I can get to that. I need to put the viewport. So if I go to home, right now it's on layer 0. I need to put it on a layer that does not print. So I'm going to go to layer properties. I'm going to create a new layer. I'm going to call it non-plot. And I'm going to turn off the printer for that. I'm going to close this window. I'm going to choose this. I'm going to assign it the layer that's called non-plot. And I'm going to show you under preview again. If I do a preview, you can see that the layer appears when I am in like my paper space, but when I print it, it does not. So that's the way you want it to be. I'm going to hit escape once, and I'm going to hit escape twice. Okay, perfect. So now we know that our scale is 1 to 200, and you can fill this out as well. To fill this out, you just need to double click in here. This shows up and you can change the submitted to under default if you need to change that text. I'm going to hit cancel for now, and I'm going to go to my model space. Let me just go again. It seems sometimes my CAD gets a little bit glitchy. And I'm going to start creating my, I'm ready to start creating my annotation, which I'll cover that next. Okay, in this video, we're going to be creating our text style and dimension style. So far, we've been working from the Home tab, but to create the text and dimension style, we need to go to Annotate tab. And we can see in here, there's the text panel and there's the dimension panel. First, we're going to create the text, and then we're going to create dimension based off of the text style. Something to note that there are different ways of creating text in terms of size. In this course, we're going to be using annotative. What that means, we've already set our scale in the previous video 1 to 200. And we're setting up our text, basically everything to match the 1 to 200. Later on, I'll explain kind of a little bit more in depth what that means, but basically my text and my dimension are going to be based off of 1 to 200 scale. So that's why I made sure I set up the viewport first, and then I'm setting up the text and dimension after. So to create a text, you again under annotate, you need to click right here, or you can simply type style and then enter on your keyboard, but I'm just going to click right here. This window shows up, which is called text style. These are already created for us. The first two is by default, they just get created. The last two are created, they came over when we inserted our title block template, but we don't have to worry about them because we're creating brand new ones. So to create a brand new one, you're going to choose new right here. And the first one, I'm going to call it text 2, and okay. I'm going to leave the font as Arial. I'm going to check mark the annotative, and for the paper text size, I'm going to choose 2. I'm going to leave the rest as is, and I'm going to choose apply, and I'm going to create a second text style. I'm going to go to new again. I'm going to type text 3.5, and okay. I'm going to leave it as Arial. I'm going to leave the annotative check marked. I'm just going to change my paper text to 3.5 and then apply. I'm going to choose text 2 in here. I'm going to set it as current. So what that means is every time I'm going to activate the text feature, it's going to default to the text 2, because that's the one I'm going to use most commonly. But you can always change it to 3.5 or anything else. I'm going to exit the window right here. Okay, so now we've successfully created our text styles. Now let's go to dimension style. Same thing, you need to click right here to get the menu, or you can type dim style. Just going to click right here. Dimension style manager shows up. Again, there are some are created for us, but we're going to create new ones. Well, I should say we're going to create one new one because we only need one dimension style. So you're going to choose new right here. This window shows up. Actually, I'm just going to hit exit for 1 second. I need to make sure I choose standards first and then click on new, because I want my template to be based off of standards, not ISO 25. There's a bit of a difference from these two templates, so I want it to be based off of standard. And to make sure that it is based off of the standard, I need to select standard, so it's highlighted in blue, and I'm going to choose new. And you can see in here it says start with standard. So the new dimension style that I'm creating is going to be based off of the standard. Now I'm going to erase this. I'm going to call this dim 200. You can call it anything you'd like. I'm just calling it dim 200 just to make things easier, and then continue. So I have a second screen. I'm just pulling up my window in here. So this window comes up, new dimension style. Now there are a lot of different tabs, and each one has certain parameters that you might need to change. We're only going to change a few. So under the first tab that comes up is fit. Just make sure you check mark annotative. And then leave everything else the same. Okay, now let's go to text. So it says text style. I'm going to drop down the menu. I'm going to choose text 2 because that's the one I'm interested in. And leave this the same, and then aligned with dimension. So you want to make sure you can see the preview in here when it's horizontal. That means all my text is horizontal, but I want it to be aligned with dimension line. You can always go back and change this if you need it. You know, if you have certain standards that you need to adjust. But for this example, I'm going to choose aligned with dimension line. And for arrow and sizes, for arrow size, you always want to match it with the text height. So if it's 2, you want to choose the arrow size 2 and leave everything else the same. Now, the last thing I just want to check is primary units. Leave it as decimal if you want it to be to 4 decimal places, but I'm going to choose to 3 decimal places because that's what the PDF was showing, to up to 3 decimal places. Everything else, leave it the same. And let's go to OK. And then now select the dim 200, set as current, and close it. Okay, so now we've successfully have created text and dimension style. Last but not least is you want to make sure you set your model space to 1 to 200 for this to work properly. So I'm going to go right here and I'm going to choose 1 to 200. So what this does, because I have checked annotative box for both text and the dimension, and I made sure I set in here 1 to 200, all my dimensions or all my text is going to match the scale 1 to 200. The reason why I want it to match to 1 to 200, because if I go to my title block, the scale is 1 to 200. The annotative feature is meant to make things a bit easier. What that means is that if, again, I set the text for size 2 and 3.5. Sometimes it shows us 2.5 in here, but don't worry about that as long as if I go to the menu and if I go to text and it shows 2, you're good to go. So if I need to change the scale in here to like any other, let's say 1 to 100, my dimension, my text and my dimension will match 1 to 100. However, I also need to change my viewport 1 to 100. Okay. So I'll stop here, and then in the next video I'll actually apply the text and dimensions. Okay, now let's apply the text and dimension style. Go to Home tab and go to Layers and drop down the menu. We've created a layer called Dim. So choose that and make sure to make current. So what that does is that anytime you're gonna activate the dimension command, it's going to be under layer dimension. Or layer dim, I should say. So dim is a shortcut for the word dimension. Now to start annotating, we're going to go under Annotate and under Dimension. You can see there are many different ways, or many, I should say, different options of dimensioning. So under Linear, if you drop down the menu, you can see there's aligned, angular, arc length, radius, diameter, etc. So depending on what you're trying to dimension. In this case, we're only going to be dimensioning 2 things, linear and aligned. Aligned is because, for example, so this line is straight, but this line is not straight. So I want to make sure I get the length of the line, not just the linear length. So linear means it's like the straight length. So I'm going to be choosing aligned. For the building itself, it doesn't really matter if you choose aligned or linear because we know the building is all perpendicular to one another. So it's up to you if you want to use linear or aligned. It will give you the same thing, but I'm just gonna stick for everything with aligned. So I'm gonna choose aligned. I'm just gonna click on it. Now you want to make sure you have your object snap turned on, and I already do, and you want to snap from one endpoint to another endpoint. So we'll start with the boundary. So I'm going to choose one endpoint and second endpoint. And I'm going to move up a little bit. I like to stay consistent in the gap of the dimension between all the lines. So what I like to do is I like to move my cursor up and type 1 and then enter. Okay, so maybe 1 is a little bit too close. I'm going to erase this. I'm gonna try going to aligned again. And I'm gonna choose from one point to another. And I'm gonna choose maybe 5 and then enter. Okay, 5 is a little bit too far. I'm gonna erase it. I'm gonna choose aligned again. From one endpoint to another, I'm going to choose 2. That's good enough. So now I've chosen distance of 2 between the boundary and the dimension, and I'm gonna stay consistent throughout. And if you wanted to verify as you go, so here's 20.766 and it's 20.766. I'm going to just cross this off. Something to note, AutoCAD does not have a feature by default to generate a bearing. You just have to type it manually. We're not going to be doing this. I can show you how to do it, but I just have it written in the PDF so you can actually know the bearing that you need to draw. But to verify the bearing is you just select the line, right click, and go to properties. And you can see the bearing in here is north 88 degrees 36 minutes 17 seconds west. For any reason, if you don't see the angle in here, I'm just going to suggest that you check that it's a line, not a polyline. When it's a polyline, it does not appear, the bearing does not show up. So it needs to be a line, not a polyline. And if in case it is a polyline, so I'm just going to draw a random polyline. So PL for polyline. So I'm going to select it. You can see that I can't see the bearing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to explode it. So to explode it, you can go under Home, under Modify. There's this button right here. It's called Explode, or you can just simply type X enter or type the actual word explode. But I'm going to explode it. I'm going to select the line, and I can see in here that bearing is for that random line is showing up. I'm going to erase it because I don't need it, so I'm going to hit delete on my keyboard, and I'm going to continue on with, I'm going to exit this out. I'm going to continue dimensioning this. So I'm going to go to Annotate, Dimension. By default, it stays until the last thing I used, which was Align. So I'm just going to click it. And I'm going to go from one endpoint to another. And then we decided 2. So I'm going to type number 2 on my keyboard and then enter. So again, it's the same distance. I can keep going to dimension and align, but because I'm going to repeat the last command, I can simply hit spacebar on my keyboard. So I'm going to hit spacebar. So that repeats, and you can see in here, just pay attention to the command line. It says dim aligned. So that's what's active right now. So I'm going to go right here, and then type the number 2 again. And I'm going to spacebar again to repeat the last command. From endpoint to endpoint, and then number 2, and then enter. Perfect. So I'm going to zoom in really close, and I'm going to go my way around in the PDF and just cross what I just dimensioned. Okay, so in here, let's go with this 34.635. That's perfect. So that's crossed off. I always like to double check also just as I verify if I'm doing this for a project, like if I got, in case, you know, we're humans and we make errors, so I always like to verify as I'm finalizing something. So I can see in here it's north 5 degrees, 09 minutes, 33 seconds east. That's perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna hit escape, and I'm going to move over here. I can see here is 14.908. So I'm going to cross that off as well. I'm going to select my line, go to property, and east, which matches, so that's perfect for the bearing. Okay, now our last dimension, which is 35.107, which matches, and I'll show you how you can actually flip the text direction to be the same as this, because it's a good drafting rule to kind of have all text going the same direction, because when you're reading paper you want to make sure you're not flipping the paper back and forth, so you're reading it all in the same direction. But before we do that, let's just verify the bearing for this. So go to properties right here, and look, it says north 4 degrees 28 minutes 20 seconds west, which is the same thing I've told you, that southeast is the same thing as northwest, as long as both directions are the same, and the values are they're matching, so we're good to go. So hit escape and select that dimension right here, and then scroll down all the way. Let's see. Okay, so it says text view direction. You want to click on that, and you can see the drop down gets activated, and just drop down and make sure it's right to left or the opposite of whatever it was, and you can see the direction has changed. I'm gonna close this out. Now it's probably a good idea to save your drawing, so just Control S to save your drawing. Perfect. Now let's dimension our building. So go to Annotate, go to Dimension, choose Aligned, and let's start from here. Let's dimension all the way through, and then we can verify the values after. So endpoint to endpoint, and then move up. I'm going to choose 1 for the building and then enter, because the building is a bit smaller than the boundary. And then spacebar to repeat my last command. And then endpoint, endpoint, move to the right, type 1 and then enter on your keyboard. Spacebar, endpoint to endpoint, move to the south and then 1, then enter. And spacebar again, endpoint, endpoint, or perpendicular. I'm gonna hit escape just to make sure I'm selecting endpoint. I'm actually gonna turn off my perpendicular because I only need it at the very end, so it's not getting on my way. So I'm gonna go aligned again, endpoint to endpoint, move to the right, number 1, 1, that's the distance between the building and the dimension. Spacebar again, endpoint to endpoint, and 1. I changed something quickly. I paused the video, so I'm just going to change this layer back. So MA match property. I'm going to change this layer to match this. Perfect. So I'm going to go back again here, aligned. And I'm going to go from here to here, and then 1 for the distance. Get a space bar again to repeat the last command. From here to the top of the garage. You can see the text. I can change, I can flip the text, that's no problem, but I want to make sure that it's aligned vertically with the 1.5, so I'm going to choose the endpoint and the tip of the arrow. I'm going to click on this, right click, go to properties, and scroll down. Then left or right, you want to make sure it's the opposite so it can be matching, which is perfect. Escape. If I'm going a little bit too fast for you, you can always go on a slow mode, and you're allowed to kind of control the speed, or you can pause at any time and go to dimensions again, aligned, endpoint to endpoint, and then move to the south, and then 1, enter, and just pay attention always to my command line, to what I'm typing. You can place another dimension here, but you don't need it because it's placed in here. And let's choose endpoint to endpoint, and then 1 again. And then last but not least, that's when we need the perpendicular. This one is going to be not aligned, is going to be linear. It's going to be from endpoint to oh, I should not hit spacebar because it's a different one. So I'm gonna choose linear, I'm gonna go endpoint, so right here, endpoint to perpendicular, and then just place it here so it can be aligned with this. And now it's probably a good idea to verify our values. 2.855, that's perfect, so I'm gonna cross this off. 8.317, it matches this, that's perfect. Actually, let's just stay consistent. So let's go to the other side. Let me just move my PDF here. Alright, so 2.4, 4.4, that's perfect. So cross this off. And 13.083, that's perfect. Now 3, that's awesome. 1.5 and 5.7, got that. 9.717 is perfect, and 16.983, that's perfect as well. We need to dimension to the property line, so we can just choose linear right here, and then endpoint, perpendicular, and you can just place it right here. Then spacebar to repeat the last command, endpoint to perpendicular, and place it right here, which they both match, so we can just get rid of that. Perfect. So now we've placed all of our dimensions. As I mentioned, the bearing, AutoCAD by default does not generate bearing, but we verify it as we go. But in case if you do have to have the bearing there are some custom features you can create, but we're not covering that in this course. However, let's move over here. If you do need to write the bearing for this, what you can do is double click in here, and then use the right arrow on your keyboard, and then space bar, and you can type, let's put all caps, north 5. To get the degree symbol, you have to do %%, the letter D. That gives you the degree symbol, 09 minutes, 33 seconds east. And just click anywhere, and that that shows the bearing. Again, in some companies they have custom if this is something that you do on a regular basis, but if it's a one-time thing, that's the way to do it. Now we've got our dimensions, we're good to go. Let's get our text in here. Alright, let's see. Okay, so for the text, under annotate, under text, there's different, if you go drop down the menu, there's different text, multi-line and single line. They're kind of both the same thing, but multi-line and single line have different features. One of the easiest way to think of it, multi-line, is that you can actually type multi-line, as in you can type 3 lines in the same text. Single line, they're separate. In our case, they're all going to be single lines except for this right here. So I'm going to choose single line. The reason why I like single line is because you can actually choose, so for example, I'm going to hit escape, and I'm going to choose, I need nearest to be turned on. Okay. So I'm going to, before I start placing the text, I'm just going to show you a bit of a difference between the two. So multi-line, if I try to get lot line, if I activate this, lot line, so first thing that you can actually have a second line, lot line, and if you select it, they're both one they're both one entity, but they're straight. Versus if you choose single line, and if you choose the right object snap, which like nearest to nearest, and type lot line, the nice thing about single line, then enter on your keyboard, it aligns it with the with the line. What you need to do, of course, you need to still move it a little bit away, but it kind of rotates it for you. But with the multi-line, it just kind of gets it horizontal for you, and you have to figure out the rotation to make sure it aligns with the line, because you always want to make sure the text aligns with the line. So I'm going to erase this, and I'm actually going to erase this because I need it under a different layer. I'm going to go under Home first. I'm going to go under Layers. I'm going to change my layer to Annotation and make it current. Okay, so I'm going to go under Annotate, Single Line, and I'm going to choose Nearest to Nearest. I'm going to type lot line and then enter on my keyboard, or actually you can just click somewhere in the model space and then enter on your keyboard. I'll move these later, but I just want to do it all at once first. You can hit spacebar again to repeat the last command, and you can see in here it's repeated. I'm going to choose again nearest, nearest, type lot line, click somewhere in the model space, and then enter on your keyboard. You can see it rotates it for you. Spacebar again, from here to here, lot line, and then click somewhere in the model space, just using your mouse left click, and then enter on your keyboard. And the last for lot line, spacebar again to repeat the last command, nearest, nearest, lot line, click somewhere in the model space, and then enter on your keyboard. Alright, now let's go, okay, now we need a couple other things. We need these ones right here. Okay, so let's choose single line again, or I could have just done the spacebar, but let's choose nearest to nearest, choose porch. I'll fix this later and I'll do some moving in here. Just left click on your mouse and then enter on your keyboard so you can place it, and then spacebar again, and then the last one, you can actually just align it to the, you know what, I'll just align it to the garage. I was going to use ortho, but that's fine. And just type garage. They're both the same thing. Garage. There you go. And then left click on your mouse and then enter. Okay, perfect. So let's spacebar again. Okay, so now I actually do need my ortho. I'm gonna choose lot line, but lot line, you can see that it's larger. Sorry, lot 1. I need to change the text style after, but I can do that after. So I'm gonna click somewhere and then enter on my keyboard. And last but not least, I need the name of the street, so I'm gonna hit spacebar again to repeat the last command. My ortho is on because I want it to be straight. I'm gonna call it First Street, and then click somewhere using my mouse and then enter. Actually, I'm not done. There's a couple other ones. Spacebar again, and let's call it City of Udemy, and then left click and then enter. These are all hypothetical names. They don't exist. This is all made up. I just thought City of Udemy because this course will be in Udemy. But none of these lots, none of these information represents anything. Hit spacebar again, and then type in lot 33, and then just click anywhere and then enter on your keyboard, and spacebar again, lot 3, and then left click, enter, spacebar, I believe that's lot 4, perfect, left click and then enter. Okay, we're still missing a couple other things, street lines, but we haven't created this street, so I'm just going to pause on that for a second. So I'm going to select this, and I'm going to change this to, from the annotate to 3.5. Now what I can do is type MA for match properties. Going to select that one I just changed, and I can simply select the ones that need to be for 3.5, which are these. And okay. So the garage and the Porsche, they're not. Okay, perfect. Now I need to do some moving. You can just use move command. So you can go to home, move, and just move it around just to kind of make sure they're nicely centered. Okay, the same thing with this. I'm going to turn off my ortho. Just going to use the move, maybe get right here. What you can actually do in here is right click, go to properties, and there's something called justification or justify. If you click on it, choose middle center. So what this does is the justification is middle center. So this blue grip is in the middle center. If you really want the word garage to be in the center of the garage, you can grab the blue grip, press and hold the shift key, right click, mid between 2 points, and you can choose either here and here, the opposite corners, or the other opposite corners. I'm going to choose this one. I'm going to zoom in really close, so endpoint to endpoint, and you can see this is placed exactly in the center. Similar to Porsche, so I can click on it, but I need to make sure the justification is middle center. So I'm going to go right here. I'm going to choose middle center. I'm going to grab it right here, press and hold shift, right click on your mouse, mid between 2 points, this point, and this point. Perfect. Okay, so the last thing I want to do is turn off my object snap, and I'm going to use the move command. I'm going to use it actually in my keyboard, so I'm going to, I'm going to use it once from here. I'm going to move it because if I turn on the object snap, it's going to snap back to the line. I want it to be a little bit away from the line so it's not overlapping. And I can simply use my spacebar to repeat the move command. So I'm going to select this, spacebar, and just move it a little bit away. Select it, spacebar, move it a little bit away. And I have my line weight turned on. I've had it all the time just so I can see when it actually prints, like the thickness is not overlapping. I'm gonna select this and move it a little bit away. Perfect. Okay, awesome. So now we've applied the text and dimension. We still have the straight line and we have the north arrow, but I'll do this in the next video when I'm finalizing the assignment. Alright, in this video, I'm gonna be covering the missing items just to make sure everything is covered in the drawing. And I'm gonna be covering the multi-leader, how to create one, and the north arrow. So let's start with the text. Let's cross off everything that we've already covered. So we've already included this, that, the lot lines, lot 3, 4, first street, and garage, porch, and this lot line. So we're missing this concrete foundation house municipal number 2000. So we're going to use a multi-line for that. So under annotate, under the drop-down menu, we've been using single line. You can still use single line, but multi-line is easier because it's all one segment. So I'm going to choose multi-line, and I'm going to move right here. I'm going to make a kind of a box right here, and I can start typing in my text. You can actually type it, so right now I started with lowercase, and I realized that it needs to be capital letter, but I can do that at the end. So I'm going to keep going with the lowercase. So concrete foundation house. I'm going to press enter so I can enter the next line, and municipal number 2000. Again, remember all these information are hypothetical. I'm just making them up to learn more about AutoCAD but no such a house of municipal 2000 exists on First Street. So what I can do is I can select this whole entire thing. This ribbon should be open, and I can choose right here, and I can choose uppercase. So you can see everything changes to uppercase. I can move my cursor here, and I'm gonna wait for my arrow to change. You can see like both directions have an arrow, and I can just make it a little bit bigger so I can have only 2 lines, not 3 lines. And I'm gonna go to paragraph here. I'm gonna choose justification, and I'm gonna choose middle center. So that way I can have it nicely centered, similar to here. I mean, like the text in the 2 lines being middle centered. And I'm just going to click anywhere in the model space, and that places it for me. Now in here, again, the middle center means the blue grip is right at the middle center. I can just move it. It doesn't have to be exactly centered because this right here is not perfect dimension. They're not equal. I think just by visually making sure it's somewhat, centered is good enough. So we were missing that, and then now we can just cross it off. Alright, now we have to draw our streets. The streets don't have a specific dimension, but I just need to kind of make sure there's an indication that over here on the right and left there's a street. So what I can do, again, you can do this in many different ways. What I want to do is I'm going to draw circles. I'm going to type C, enter to activate the circle command. And I'm going to turn on my object snap. I can start from anywhere, just along this boundary line. And I'm going to draw a circle that's just kind of, just to make sure I have enough for a street. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type EX for extent. I'm going to hit escape for a second. If you're not comfortable with typing in the command, you can just choose it from here, extent. So remember, if you drop down the menu, there's extend and trim. I can just, by looking at the symbol, I can know that it's extent. And what I can do is I can extend this line, I can extend this line. And then escape. I can choose the circle and then delete it. The reason why I've drawn the circle, because I wanted to, the street is going to be along the boundary, so it's the same alignment. Instead of having to, draw a line and make sure that it lines up, I can just draw the circle and extend it so I know for sure that it's the same alignment as the boundary. But I need to make sure that these are on a different layer. So I need to go under modify, I need to choose break at point. I'm going to choose this line and break it right here. And I'm going to do this again. Break at point. I'm going to choose this line and break it right here at the end point. If perpendicular in this case is the same, but I want to make sure it's actually choosing the endpoint. So I turned off perpendicular. I'm going to choose endpoint. So that way this line and this line are separate from the boundary. And I'm going to go to layers. There was a layer that we created called street. I'm going to hit escape. So now these 2 lines are on a different layer. Now what I can do is I can simply, I can go to single line, but because I know these are under the same alignment, what I can do is I can take the lot line, copy it over, and just change the name. So what I can do is I can use copy in here, and I'm going to utilize my object snap, which is nearest in this case, and I'm going to place it right here and place it right here. The reason why I'm doing that, because it's kind of nice to make sure that the lot line and the boundary have the same distance as the street as well. It just makes things look neater. And I'm going to double click in here. So that activates the edit. And I'm just going to type street line. So in this case, I'm going to erase this actually. I'm just going to use capital letter because it's just faster than actually changing it afterwards, and it's also a single line. So single line, you can't change the same thing as I did earlier. So I'd have to convert this to multi-line, which I can do that and then change it to capital. It's just easier if I just use capital, especially if it's only like 2 words, right? So I'm going to double click here again. I'm going to do street line. Okay, so now what we need to do is create this right here, lot corner with the coordinates. So when you see an arrow with the text, that means they've used multi-leader. Multi-leader, you can access it under annotate, where you see a leader. And if you click on it, you can see a multi-leader. Multi-leader is very handy because what it does is it gets the text and the arrow both in one entity. So whenever you move the text, the arrow moves along and the direction and everything. So you don't want to create the arrow by itself and the text by itself, because if you need to modify the drawing, it's very hard when they're two separate items. So to use the multi-leader, you want to create the style to match the font and the size as the previous ones, similar to how we created a dimension style. So you need to go to leader, and you need to click right here. And by default, AutoCAD creates annotative and standard. So we want to click on standard, and we want to click on new. The reason for that is because I want my style to be based off of standard. So you can see in here it's to start with standard. And for that to happen, I need to make sure I select standard and then go to new. You can change it in here as well, but it's just easier if you just click on standard and go to new. To name it, I'm going to call it leader 2, because I'm going to use the size 2. I'm going to go to continue. Alright, so similar to dimension style, you can see there in here there are different tabs, and you can change the parameters as needed. I'm going to start with the content first, and under text style, instead of standard, I'm going to go to drop down menu. I'm going to choose 2. So you can see in here the text height is 2. Perfect. For the landing gap, I'm just going to do 1 and then leave everything else the same. I'm going to go to leader structure. What I need to do in here, under scale, I'm just going to checkmark annotative. Perfect. And then for the landing setting, instead of 8, I'm going to choose 1. Again, you can change all of these things. Sometimes there are standards, sometimes there aren't, so you just go with what you need to modify it to. And then I'm going to go to leader format. And remember when I said the arrowhead always needs to match the text height? And the text height was 2, so the arrowhead also needs to be 2. Alright, and then click OK. And then now select leader 2 and set it as current. Alright, so to set it, when I set it as current, that means anytime I'm going to activate the multi-leader, it's going to start in leader 2. Close. I'm going to go to leader. I'm going to activate the multi-leader or by clicking on it, and you can see in here it's activated because it says in the command line. Now I'm going to hover over here. I'm going to choose this endpoint right here. And I'm just going to move a little bit away and left click on my mouse. So what that does, now it's asking me to write what I need to write. So I'm going to type lot corner and then enter on my keyboard to start the second line. And I'm going to type 1000, 1000. And then just move my cursor over to anywhere in the model space and left click. Perfect. Alright, now we have the multi-leader. What I mean, what I was explaining earlier, so when I click on it, you can see the arrow and the text are all in one entity. So if I need to move the text by, like for any reason, you can see the arrow, let me just do it again. Sometimes object snap gets in my way, so I'm going to turn it off. So you can see in here the arrow changes its rotation. If you do it separately, you have to change everything separately, which can be very time consuming. So we don't want to do that. We want something that's efficient. All right, so I'm going to hit escape. I have this completed. Now, oops, what I need to do is I need to add my north arrow. Okay, so let me just cross this off, the lock corner. Perfect. Okay, so I need to add my north arrow. I'm going to maximize my AutoCAD. So AutoCAD has some pre-made blocks. You can definitely create your own block, but if it already has a pre-made block, you might as well utilize it. So what you need to do is go to View tab. You need to go to Tool Palettes, click on it. This window, give it a second, this window shows up. You can see in here there are different tabs. If you hover over, so this is for modeling, like it tells you what the text is. If you hover over here, it says constraints. If you hover over here, it's annotation. Okay, so under annotation, you can see in here there's imperial samples and there's metric samples. I'm only interested in metric samples because that's what my drawing is about. So do not choose the imperial because it will be a different size. I'm gonna scroll down. You can see in here there's different ones: tag metric, callout, section callout, etc. So they're already, again, pre-made for us. And if you need other ones, like for example, if you want anything that's maybe civil related, you can see there is a bunch of pre-made blocks that are created for civil. I'm gonna go back to annotation because that's where my north arrow is. Unless it changed. No, it is there. Perfect. So I'm going to choose north arrow. And the nice thing is, because I have my scale set to 1 to 200, it automatically will scale it for me proportion to the drawing and to the scale. So I'm going to click on it so I can activate it. And you can see in here, it shows up that it's activated. And when I move to my model space, I can see the north arrow. It's ready to be placed. I'm just going to place it right here. And when I say place it, just means move your cursor and left click on your mouse, and then it places it right there. You can see, again, it's proportional. So now we've placed the north arrow, but we just need to adjust a few things because this block is pre-made, so we just need to make sure the direction is adjusted. When I say it's adjusted, you can see in here the one that's kind of hatched, or there's a, like, it's filled. This needs to match the same thing as the view cube. So north is up. This needs north is up. So what we want to do is select it. You can see these circle grips right here. You're just gonna left click and place it right here. You're gonna do the same thing in here. Left click and place it right here. So that you can see in here now the north arrow is up, which matches the view cube, which is perfect. In some cases, which we're not covering in this course, however, the drawing is not, the north is not up, so you always want to make sure when you're placing the north arrow, you want to adjust your view cube for the north to be up, and then insert your north arrow, because this is very important. Now we want to get rid of this text. Just hover over, double click, and this window comes up. You want to select right here, the first one, highlight the text, and then delete on your keyboard. Go to this second one, geometrical, highlighted, delete. Go right here, highlight, delete. Leave the N for north because we want that, and then click OK. You can see the text is removed from here. Alright, perfect. So now we've finalized everything. We've added our multi-leader, we've added some missing text, we've added the straight lines, the north arrow. I'll stop here, and then next video will just be finalizing the title block, and we'll be plotting it. Okay, now in this video we're going to be finalizing the drawing and plotting it and ready to go. So let's exit the window that we had for blocks earlier. And as we learned, there's the model space and paper space. I like to clean up my drawing, so I don't need layout 1 and layout 2. So I'm going to delete these because these are generated by default. So I'm going to right click and delete and OK. And right click again, delete and OK. So I'm only left with the title block. You can double click on the title block if you need to rename it to anything else. You can do that. I'm going to leave it for title block. I'll leave it to your preference how you'd like to do that. But now that I am in, when I clicked on the title block, I am in paper space. And I had created my viewport and everything earlier. However, I can see that I can't really see the top of the north arrow. I can't see the city name. So what I need to do is I need to adjust the viewport and move it south a little bit so everything can fit, because I can also see at the bottom here there's a lot of space. So what I need to do is double click on the viewport and to activate it, and I know it's activated because I can see the white line gets a little bit thicker, and I need to unlock the viewport. You really have to be careful here, and I can press and hold the mouse wheel to pan, or I can simply just choose pan in here because pan does not change the scale. So I'm going to move a little bit here. Okay, so I can still see that the north arrow, like the tip of it is not fully covered. So what I can do is I can actually move the north arrow a little bit more because I don't want the first street to also be missing. So I'm just going to go like this. It's perfect. And I'm going to hit escape so I can deactivate the pan command. And I'm going to double check again. It's 1 to 200 again. And if it changed, you need to make sure that you revise it. And then I'm going to lock it. So now it's fully locked. If I zoom in and out, nothing changes, and it is 1 to 200. Now, since I'm already activated in the viewport, what I can do is I can just select the north arrow, I can go to home, I can go to move, and I'm just going to move it a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so now our drawing is ready. Just one thing to mention, our graph scale in here, it's there. However, if you need it, you can actually access it the same way we accessed the north arrow. You can go to view and then you can go to tool palette and navigate to it. However, I'm just going to select it. So you can see in here this little triangle. If you drop down the menu, you can see there are different scales. So I've chosen 1 to 200 because that is the scale I'm going to be using. Okay, perfect. So now you can, if you need to fill out this information, you can just click here, double click, and then change the default. And last but not least, I'm ready to plot. I can either choose the printer icon or I can type plot. I like typing in plot, so I'm going to do plot. And this window comes up. It should be the same as mine because when we inserted the title block, I had already had the page set up to 11 by 17 and DWG to PDF and monochrome and every other setting. Let's just do preview just to make sure it's going to print correctly. So do a preview. Right, perfect. So now I can do a preview. I can see everything is looking good. Okay. The one thing is the viewport line because I had changed something in between the recording and I might have gotten rid of the layer non-plot, so I'm just going to recreate that for 1 second. Okay, I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to select this viewport. So yeah, it's on layer 0. I'm going to change it to non-plot. Perfect. And also I have noticed that the line type, when you are ready to finally print, if you're not happy with the line type scale, you can type LTS. Make sure you are in paper space. And it's 0.1. Let's go with 0.2. Okay, 0.2 is a little bit better. So now I'm going to do plot again. and I'm going to do a preview. Alright, so again, the information is here, the north arrow is here, text, I can see the line type much better now, the multi-leader, perfect. So that's a preview and you're happy with it, so you're going to click on the print. And then it's going to ask you where to save it to, depending on where you want to save it to. In my case, I'm just going to save it in my folder. You can name the PDF as you'd like, and then go to save. It takes a couple seconds. And depending on what you have to open the PDF with, it opens that by default. Just going to maximize it and erase that. There you go. And that's your assignment completed. This is a bonus video and also just some tips and tricks in AutoCAD. First one being text converting from single line to multi-text and vice versa. So let's go to annotate and let's start with a single line. And I'm just going to write, I'm going to turn on my ortho because I always like my line to be straight. And I'm going to select and type sample. And I'm just going to click anywhere in the model space and then enter. Now if I select this and I go right click and go to properties, I can see this is a regular text. But if I need to change it to multi-text without having to redo this, there's actually a shortcut for this, which is I have to select this first, and then I'm going to type txt number 2 and then m text, and you can see the preview shows up, and then press enter. And then now when I select this, I can see that it converted to m text. So now if it is m text and I want to convert it back to single text, I can go to home and I can choose explode right here. And if I select the word sample, I can see it's back to text. I'm just going to convert it back to multi-text because I want to show something that you can actually do when it's a multi-text, some features. So I'm going to convert it back txt to mtext and then enter. I'm going to select this, and in here you can see there's a text frame. It's no, but if I click on it and it activates the drop down menu, if I drop down the menu and say yes, you can see this creates a frame in the text. You cannot do this in a single line, you can only do this in multi-line. That's the feature that it offers. And for any reason, so let's say you have, I'm just going to draw a random line, and I'm going to turn off my ortho for a second. I'm just going to draw a line crossing this, and then escape. I'm going to select the word sample. If I need to have a background mask, I can click on this and it activates it. I'm going to click on right here. This window shows up. I'm going to say use background mask. And then use drawing background color and click OK. And then escape. I'm going to select this, right click, draw order, bring it to the front. And you can see now the multi-text is overlapping the line, but the line crossing doesn't appear because I've created a mask and I've also created a background. So if anytime you want the text to be in the front, that's what you can do. Another tip is we learned that under annotate, we can create a multi-leader. So if I, right now I'm just going to leave it for standard. If I activate the multi-leader and if I need to just create something, and again, I'm just going to call it sample. In this case, our multi-leader is just a straight line. But if I want, there's actually different line types that you can create. So I'm going to go to the multi-leader setting. It's always a good habit to not use the standard, always create a new one. So I'm just going to create a new one and call it sample. Continue. And if you go to leader format, by default mine just came to leader format, but if yours didn't, make sure you are under leader format tab. And where it says general type, where it says straight, if you click on it for the drop down menu, choose spline. If you choose that and click OK, let's select sample, set it as current, close, activate the multi-leader again, and you can choose, I'm going to type sample 2, and you can see the leader is a different line style. So that's just something if you need to change that. Okay, now there's another thing you can do with AutoCAD when you're done with your drawing and you just want to verify some layers. Let me actually just change this to a different layer. Okay, perfect. So now let's say it's not changing. Let's do it one more time. Perfect. So now let's say this is, again, this is just a sketch, but let's say this is your drawing and you want to verify everything's on the correct layer. What you can do is there's a command in AutoCAD called lay walk. So L-A-Y and then walk and then enter. And this window shows up. So this window displays all the layers that you have in your drawing. In this drawing, again, it's just a sample, so I only have a few layers. And they're all highlighted in blue. So if I select on layer 0, it shows everything that's on layer 0. I can just press down the arrow key on my keyboard, and it goes to the layer def point. And if there's anything on def point, it will appear. Layer 1, that's on layer 1, and then layer 2, that's on layer 2. So in case if you wanted to verify everything's on the correct layer, lay walk is a really good feature to use.